Okay, good morning. It's 9 a.m. it's 9:02, excuse me, and I'll call this meeting to order. I'll note that I've approved the remote participation of Ms. McPherson under the board's bylaws in 2.2-3708.3B4 of the Code of Virginia because she is in California visiting family. Before we begin on the first agenda item, the superintendent has some key updates for the board and the public that she would like to provide. So with that, Superintendent Gullickson.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. I'm President Creasy, members of the board. First, I want to recognize some of the individuals in our front row along with their team members. Chief Conway and the entire early childhood care and education team had a wildly successful VQB5 rollout last week. And it includes our new honor roll system that you're going to hear more about in item A. But I had the opportunity to join one of our House of Delegate members, Mike Cherry, in Atlanta a few weeks ago with a bunch of lawmakers from 14 southern states. And we do not get to have the recognition enough about what Jenna and the team have established here in Virginia on the preeminent public-private, high-quality childcare marketplace that's grounded in parent demand and gives incredible options for infants or birth to 5-year-olds, as well as some of our school-age kids. And so this team has truly designed the gold standard of excellence for birth to 5 models in the country. And I want to put it on the record for the public who are not able to join us at that press conference that if you have not checked out our portal of late, they've been updated, and I hope you will explore the options in your community soon. And just know we are not done innovating and leading the way yet. The Early Childhood Commission will get an update from Jenna and the team later today on the progress being made with our new digital wallet and other options to continue to try to lower costs for families while maintaining rigor and high quality and excellence for our youngest learners. So although you're going to hear more from her in a minute, board, I wanted to make sure that you were aware of just the deep respect by other state leaders. We have multiple states seeking to come to Virginia with a fly-in to study and learn from the team. So couldn't be more proud and wanted to make sure I started the day with that. Secondly, we have been very thankful for all of the collaboration with school divisions on making sure that all of our data is set on their student outcomes for our K-12 accountability system that builds off the great momentum from our early childhood system. And so we are now in the phase where we have made sure that we're complying with the best data governance practices and finalizing an agreement with a third party that's one of our public higher ed institutions to independently validate our school performance and support framework data and outcomes for each school and division so that we can ensure transparency and the highest level of integrity for the board to have great confidence in the work of our incredible team. And so once this independent validation is complete, our school division leaders will receive both their division and individual school summary reports, along with resources to help with communication to their stakeholders. And the accountability data will then be made to the public no less than 1 week after the school divisions have received that data. We're working to avoid surprises so that they've had the opportunity to review these final reports. So we're very excited about this external validation and delivering on these best practices as a norm at the agency and wanted to give an update there. On federal funding, because we get a lot of questions about that. So I want to make sure to emphasize that for Virginia and the Virginia Department of Education, all of our federal funds are being delivered as expected daily, and there's been no disruption or cuts to any of our reimbursements to the Department of Education. I'm going to emphasize that again for those tuning in now. there have been no disruptions or cuts to the reimbursements for the Virginia Department of Education. I know board members, you have been getting questions and those in the field, so this is true. Many of you know we have a variety of funding sources from multiple federal agencies, including the U.S. Department of Education, Health and Human Services, the Department of Labor, Department of Agriculture, and more. And so we want to reassure everyone that's tuning in that the continued support has allowed us to maintain planned programs, staffing at the agency, and services for our students during this school year without any interruption. And we are in close communication with the federal contacts, and we'll be keeping the board here and stakeholders aware and informed of any changes should that occur. But right now, all dollars are flowing as intended. The last major update I wanted to discuss is on proficiency and this push to higher expectations. Since our last board meeting, 2 more states have taken action and actually worked towards lowering their expectations for students. And I am incredibly proud that Virginia is being recognized in local and national outlets for our commitment to having high expectations for every student. I have been very blessed with phone calls from parents that have said, thank you for believing in my child. We know it's a lot of work, but we know that they're going to be set up for success. And you will hear more from the team here shortly, but we have had thousands of Virginians who have either attended listening sessions over the last 3 weeks or written comments to the agency to help us deliver on this commitment and make sure that we do it in a thoughtful and intentional way for leveling up on these more rigorous expectations. And I also want to recognize the department staff first, Deputy Superintendent Booker Dwyer and her team, but also this has been a really great illustration that we've been talking to the board about modernizing the agency, breaking down silos, and really instilling a collaborative community within the agency, moving from compliance towards collaboration and support with the field. And we have had department staff, in addition to our assessment and accountability teams, they have had partnership from staff and leaders across multiple divisions and offices who have attended listening sessions, who have helped to field questions, who have helped to inform additional supports that are underway, technical opportunities for educators, parents, and students to really be set up for success. And so this is proof that this new shift in our agency is working, and a lot of that is behind the scenes. And so we wanted to make sure the board was aware that these aren't just arbitrary statements, but we're seeing the work in action and kids are benefiting as a result. So while there's more to do, I can't be more proud of the progress made in the last few weeks. And just thank you, President Creasy, for the time to make a few remarks.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't say something too about just the long-term commitment that Jenna and her team have had to the outcomes that we are finally seeing. I mean, beginning years ago and, starting with the School Readiness Committee when you first came on, Jenna, having been a part of that committee, and then the Early Childhood Advisory Committee, and then, we have just taken all of these different forms and iterations of trying to get to the point where we have now come today. And so I know for your team, this is truly a moment of, finality to some degree. I know we're never finished doing this kind of work to make things better, to prepare kids better to get to our K-12 systems. And I just thank all of you for your commitment to moving this continually down the field to get to that goalpost that you all set for yourselves and for the Commonwealth and for our providers across the Commonwealth, whether they be public providers or private providers. I just appreciate the commitment that you all have had to ensuring the success and the quality, the high quality, not just quality, because we can say quality, but when we really, really get to the nitty gritty, we want for our own children, and your entire team has seen and has committed to and put their hearts and souls into what they would want for their own children, for the Commonwealth's children. And I'm so incredibly thankful and so happy to see sort of this point where we have come today. So it's been a long road, but thank you for your longevity and commitment to the process. We really do appreciate it, and the Commonwealth appreciates it too. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from our presentations today, but I guess that brings us to your presentation, and we will go ahead and get started with that.
All right. Do you all have the slides? Yes. Perfect. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. That was a wonderful introduction, and I very much appreciate the kind words from the superintendent, and thank you very much, President Creasy. I'm Jenna Conway. I'm our Chief of Early Learning and Specialized Populations. I want to take a moment to recognize at this moment we have 175 members of the Division of Early Childhood Care and Education, many who are out today inspecting centers, evaluating classrooms, preparing for deep dives, making sure that folks get paid, and it truly takes a team effort, and feel very appreciative that I get to work with that extraordinary team located across the Commonwealth. What I am pleased to cover today is an update on last week's release, and to give you a point in time on what we know about quality in our public-private early childhood care and education system. I know that some of you are newer to the board, and so I'll start sort of more broadly with school readiness in Virginia. I'll then go into how we measure quality in Virginia. I think that's important, so as we can sort of delineate some of the differences between VQB5 and our school and performance support framework. I'll then talk in details about the results, and then I will note next steps. I also have as my lifeline today Assistant Superintendent Erin Carroll, who has been working with me for nearly a decade in both Louisiana and Virginia to support the strengthening of early childhood systems, and then our true expert on VQB5, our Director of VQB5, Chris Myers. So we'll start, as we always do, if you move to the slide on shared vision, on what we're trying to achieve together. And as President Creasy noted, it really takes a sustained effort moving away from a focus on what program am I, what building am I in, to really recognizing a full system where, whether you're in a school, in a private child care center, in a faith-based preschool, in a family day home, or in a Head Start program, that across those different experiences in classrooms, that there's a shared goal of making sure that every kid in Virginia has the opportunity to come to kindergarten ready. We know that parent choice, and parents as our children's first and most important educators, need to be able to choose across those options. What you might want as for your infant child in rural Virginia might look different than your preschooler in a more urban setting, and making sure that we're thinking about that full range of public-private options. We also know that parents want to choose quality, as President Creasy noted, and that practitioners and stakeholders want to make sure that there is accountability for public dollars. And I'll talk a lot about continuous improvement and how our system supports that. And ultimately, early childhood has this unique sort of dual role, as I'll talk about in some of the data, around not only supporting kids' learning and development in that kind of most fundamental first 5-year period, but also supporting our working families to work, go to job training school, and pursue greater self-sufficiency for themselves and for their families. So as we move on, I want to sort of start with where we are, and I think this is an important point, particularly because this current statistic on kindergarten readiness represents an example of how we have worked really closely with the field to raise the bar because that was the right thing for kids. So if you were to compare this statistic where 51% of kids last year entered kindergarten ready, and as a reminder, entering ready means that you're fully ready in literacy, math, social skills, and self-regulation. So we look at the whole child, that this number is slightly lower in than in years past. This is in large part because we work very closely with the University of Virginia, Virginia Literacy Partnerships, to fully overhaul what was formerly known as PALS and is now known as VALS. And that we started in preschool, and as you know, and as you've heard from my colleague, Assistant Superintendent Wallace and others, right, is really, really important work around supporting all students in Virginia to be able to read. When we went from PALS to VALS, we expanded what we were evaluating. We went not just evaluating some of those skills that are necessary for decoding, so knowing letters and sounds, but actually looking at language, how kids express language, how kids comprehend language, storytelling, some of those more complex skills. And as a result of that, you see a drop from the prior year. On the other hand, when we talk with educators, when we engage with families, and we think about this work, it's critically important that, if you move to the next slide, that we really capture that language information, right? Because language is a very important predictor of future learning. And so that's just an example where, again, well, under this board's oversight over the course of the last few years, we've been able to raise the bar, but it is the right thing for kids, because if we can get our educators of 3 and 4-year-olds to really focus on not only some of those key skills related to decoding and preparing to read, but also language development, that will carry with kids throughout their educational experience. School readiness matters, not only if you talk to a kindergarten teacher who will say, I can tell you on day one which kids, right, whether it was in Head Start or pre-K in a school or in a child care setting in a family day home, I can tell you who is coming in, ready to learn, prepared to work with others. I see Ms. Kilgore nodding, right? It's very different. But that's not all that it matters for. If you look at Virginia data, if you look at the Kindergarten Readiness Predicts Third Grade Reading, basically across thousands and thousands of different elementary schools with very different experiences, even across that, how you look at the beginning of kindergarten using the PALS is highly predictive of where you will be in third grade and what that means. So what this chart means for those in that blue or navy bar, that if we can get you coming into kindergarten ready, if we can think about the system as a whole, that regardless of kind of experiences across K-3, we can get you to third grade, and nearly all of you will be reading. In sharp contrast, if you come in least ready, and this is that yellow bar, it basically becomes a coin toss, right? And so how do we work as a system? We have extraordinary kindergarten, first, second, and third grade educators, but if we can get all of our kids prepared, then we will see much better outcomes in elementary school and beyond. And so that's kind of an important point as we think about why this matters. We also know when we look at our data that it is sort of less important which program you're in, that you just have access to a program altogether. So we know that early childhood matters for readiness, that our kids who look least likely, least ready coming in are our children in low-income households whose parents report no preschool experience whatsoever, right? So again, our focus is on how do we embrace all of the various public-private programs that want to take public dollars and serve our kids in greatest need, and ultimately think about that system and supporting that system. It looks different than just school buildings, right? We've got 2,000 family child care homes, 3,000 licensed child care centers, just up under 1,000 public schools, 880 religiously exempt programs, and 46 Head Start grantees who are located in over 360 sites in local government, in private child day centers, and in schools. So it's a very different mix. And the last statistic I'll share for you before pivoting to VQB5 is just helping you understand why do we still have so many kids coming to us even as birth rates in Virginia go down. And there's while birth rates are dropping slightly, we are seeing a persistent trend going back over the last decade of more kids than ever before under the age of 6 having all available parents in the workforce. So that's now up to 7 out of 10 Virginia children under the age of 6 have all available parents in the workforce. And what we hear from parents, and what I'll be sharing, what we'll be hearing at the commission today, where parents need to have a place to serve, to send their kid, and it's for them, they want to be able to choose an option that is not only healthy and safe, but will put their kid on track for success. And it can't just be babysitting or custodial care. It has to be an environment and where their kids are supported to learn and to thrive. So with that, let me tell you a little bit about VQB5, and as President Creasy described, our path forward over the last few years. So this
Jenna,
is,
can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
I think Superintendent Gullickson has a
Yes,
question.
sure.
Jenna, last week at the press conference, one of the parents who spoke talked about that she had had her earliest learners in a variety of settings. And so for those who are just tuning in, can you talk a little bit more about that flexibility of dollars? You aren't necessarily putting your child just in one of these options or at an increment of time. There's that
Absolutely.
adaptability.
Absolutely, there is that adaptability, and so partly, and we'll focus more on the quality today. But the superintendent raises a really important point. When you think of those settings on that slide, we have done a lot of work with our recent governors and the General Assembly to also fund these programs in a way that parents can choose across them. So we've taken the child care subsidy program, which functions as vouchers. We've got something called the mixed delivery, where we fund kind of classrooms in child care programs. We've got Virginia Preschool Initiative. We work alongside with Early Childhood Special Education, Head Start, and Early Head Start. And basically what it means is the choice system. And when we talk about the programs that take public dollars, whether that's one voucher to serve one low-income or in-need kid, or whether it's entire classroom, all of those programs, when you take public dollars, agree to participate in VQB5. And what that means is that for parents in the greatest need in Virginia, including many, many working families, that they can choose across their program. They might start as an infant, and when their child is an infant, and choose a voucher. They might then switch to pre-K if their older children are there at a school. There is flexibility across the different funding sources and the different settings. What is consistent, and this is important when you think about both our desire to improve outcomes for kids and to kind of have accountability for public dollars, is that even though there's a lot of flexibility and parent choice, we measure these in an apple-to-apples way so that we can sort of help parents sort of think about how we choose what makes most sense for me and for my child at this moment in time. And as I'll talk about, that we can also sort of come to you, come to the General Assembly and say, these are the outcomes, here's the experiences that kids are receiving across these different funding sources and across these different settings. It's a great question. So VQB5, at a very high level, is required by law. So it sets this board in charge of establishing a measurement and improvement system. It is not optional. It is required for any program that takes public dollars, and it's always a choice to take public dollars. So that's Head Start. That's if you receive these child care vouchers, mixed delivery, Virginia Preschool, Early Childhood Special Education. Its theory of change is that we have to focus less on inputs, but really get down to what is happening in classrooms. It's not appropriate at this age to kind of directly evaluate kids for stakes. You can imagine, right, if I were to bring a 3-year-old here right now and we had a high stakes test, it wouldn't work well for us and wouldn't work well for him or her. And so the focus is on what is sort of most proximate, what is most predictive of improving child outcomes, while also recognizing that we can't kind of directly sort of have high stakes testing for toddlers right now. The two resources that Virginia relies on are sort of measuring interactions, and so that's very predictive of how much kids will learn using a nationally regarded tool known as the CLASS, or the Classroom Assessment Scoring System. That is for infant classrooms, 3 20-minute cycles, and for toddler and preschool, 4 20-minute cycles. So this is not a walkthrough. This is an intensive observation across multiple domains and dimensions with lots of notes and a very precise score. And then we also are encouraging programs to use a curriculum. We believe in high quality instructional materials. It is a choice, but if you do those two things, high quality interactions, and you're using curriculum to support high quality actions, our theory of change, which is aligned with the research, suggests that kids in those classrooms will learn more and make more progress towards kindergarten readiness. So this just talks about the participation requirements. So again, as the superintendent noted, it's an array of programs. It's not just schools. if you take a public dollar, you have to be a part of this, and what being a part of it means, because there was a concern, and President Creasy will remember this back in the early days, that if we put new requirements on programs, that, well, private providers will just opt out, whether that's private schools or private childcare or private family day homes. And what we found is actually the opposite, right? We have more private providers participating than ever before. It's a reasonable expectation. They have to fill out some information and link B5. They need to open up their classrooms for observations multiple times a year, and just to make sure that they do that both fall and spring. If you move to the next slide, what you'll see is that then kind of creates a very different mechanism for continuous quality improvement. Previously, many of our other rating systems looked at things like inputs, like do the educators have bachelor's degree? Do you have the right number of books? And while that can have some value, it is really hard. Like the option for the teacher who doesn't have the bachelor's degree is go off and purchase a really expensive degree, or the center director has to go off and purchase a lot of books and certain equipment. VQB5 takes a very different approach. There's, much less of a cost related to doing this, but it provides, because all you have to do is let these observations come in, but then it enables every single educator and leader in the system to have insight in an apples to apples way of what's happening in those classrooms, right, to get better. So we do fall and spring observations locally, every single classroom, and we have a third party that goes out and evaluates the consistency and accuracy of those observations. So if Mr. Monk and Ms. Kilgore are teachers in the 4-year-old classroom, they will have an intensive observation in the fall, get that feedback. Their leader will get that feedback. They'll have an intensive observation in the spring. They'll have that data. That helps them get better at their practice. It's not a generic professional development or training and technical assistance. It's deeply rooted in what those educators and what's happening in that classroom. It also means when Virginia, as it did last year, completes 31,000 of those observations, which represent 2.2 million minutes of insight, that's what parents find on that website, right? And they can really understand, okay, this is a place where I can trust, not only is it healthy and safe as determined by our Office of Child Care Health and Safety, but like kids are thriving because at the core of this, little kids, young children learn in the context of interactions with adults. And so just a really important, like from the outset, this is not only going to give you a specific 3-digit score for every one of your 3,293 sites, but it also enables improvement, as I'll talk about as we go forward. So we rely, and a huge thank you should also go out, and to addition to the incredible staff of the Division of Early Childhood, to the Virginia Early Childhood Foundation, who is our key state private partner, who then oversees our 9 ready regions. So a relatively new entity in Virginia, now codified in law. Businesses, government, nonprofits, everybody has the opportunity to compete every 3 years to be a ready region. We have 9 entities right now that serve as our ready regions across the state. Some are United Ways, some are sort of standalone entities. They make sure we complete these observations, they build relationships, they get the data in the system, they help make enrollment work easier for families, and they also do have family impact councils. So when we think about some of the change in early childhood, making sure that families are at the center of that work, that's hard to do from the state level, and so we rely on our public-private partnerships with Ready Regions to make sure that families are engaged every step of the way. And we are so pleased, and as President Creasy noted, this has been a long road, but VQB5 is truly everywhere in the Commonwealth. We are 3,300 sites. You'll see the kind of color coding in terms of the different types of sites, but we are in every city and county in Virginia. And it takes a lot. As somebody who has visited Highland County, our least populous county, it is a lot. And you'll see even over the Eastern Shore, a lot of locations. And I will note there were even Eastern Shore locations that were on our honor rolls, but we are truly statewide in a scale that was hard to imagine before. And last but not least, just want to share, I think we are trying to kind of really over time help families understand empowering choice, having a dynamic marketplace really depends on making sure that families understand what high quality look like, why it matters. We know it's really expensive for families. It's probably the biggest investment they make outside of housing. And so doing work with Chris and the team, the Ready Regions, our site partners to help folks understand what VQB5 is and why it matters has been a key goal of ours. So with that, let's move into the next section and we'll talk about the results. So as the superintendent noted, the governor, the secretary, the superintendent, elected officials, business leaders, and parents came together last week to recognize the release of 3,293 quality profiles on our one-stop family portal. I will note in the first 24 hours alone, we had 10,000 views of that site. And for a point of reference, we were excited just to get to 100,000 in the first year, and we got 10% there on the first day. In the first week, we were, as of the team told me yesterday, just under 20,000. So it's just, you'll just see over time, there's a real utility. I should note, there's no other way for parents to get this information, right? They just can't be in the center for 2 or 3 hours to kind of observe. Even if they visit, and I always encourage families to visit when they're thinking about what the right early childhood choice is for them, but it's hard to kind of sort of really sit in the classroom. This data is saying we're going to do that work for you. We're going to go into every single classroom multiple times, and we're going to give you an accurate reflection of what kids are experiencing. We have the key messages here and how we've been sort of telling the story. One, it was a successful second year, and we are so pleased to have more programs than ever before participating. We are engaging families through the resources that I described and the portal. We were very pleased, and the reason we selected the Circle Preschool and Sprout for our announcement last week is that they were both on the honor rolls. And so we are elevating excellence and we are elevating improvement for nearly 500 sites across the state. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We are seeing improvement in quality while we have more programs coming on. And ultimately, as we've talked about before, thanks to the investment of this governor and General Assembly, we are serving more kids with public dollars and impacting with VQB5 more kids than ever before. If you move forward into kind of a breakdown of the performance, and I'll just sort of go through the highlights. As Ms. Northern knows, I can get into the data, and she's going to have to wave her hand if there are questions, but this is pretty wonky. You know, Chris and I love it. Chris leads our deep dives in which we have 70 slides. So this is only half of that, Ms. Northern, that we spend 2 hours with partners across the state in our nine deep dives. But 31,258 class observations were completed, the most we think in the country. Oftentimes, if the superintendent or I are in other states presenting, and I'll sort of say that number, and they're like, I think you added an extra zero. You must mean 3,100. I'm like, oh, no, like 31,000 observations, 2.2 million minutes of insight into what kids are experiencing. And at its core, it's a fairly complicated and complex tool. But as you understand that tool, you realize that this is what is good for kids. And so I've had many a child care teacher come up to me and be like, I was highly skeptical about this thing in the beginning. I've been doing this work for 20 years. I know babies, right? Like I know babies better than you know babies. And yet, when you look at the kind of the details, what the kind of practices that this tool calls for, we find over time that it really resonates. We think this is the reason that 10 years in Louisiana that they continue to rely on this resource, because even though there might be some difference of opinions on sort of how we are evaluated, I thought I did this, there's some sort of healthy conversation there, that at its core, folks believe these are the right practices for babies, for toddlers, and for preschoolers. As you look at the rating summary, this gives you a breakdown of kind of a couple of key elements here. So we see 99% of sites are either meets or exceeds expectations. And so that is an improvement from last year as you look at the where we were 98%. It is important to note that we have bigger buckets at this point in time. So you'll see those points. So there's a ton of variability, right? So you might have someone who ranges from 401 points to 698 points, right, in that kind of bucket. So everybody gets a specific three-digit score, and then you have these sort of broader ratings. We are extremely excited about those exceeds expectation. Those are national exemplars. That is a very high bar to meet. And as we said before, this is a national tool, not a Virginia tool. So we know that, and we are raising the floor. And I'll talk a little bit more in a moment about how the team achieved this, but we went from 51 sites in that needs support category down to 25 this year, so cutting that in half. When we look at improvement, This is a positive finding across the board. I think if you were to ask where we'd like to see more movement, we can talk a little bit about that, but we'd like to see a little bit more improvement. But we overall, in addition to the ratings, which again, as I said before, are broad buckets, we really care about what those 3-digit scores are. And what we see is overall improvement in our average score. We saw the sort of the greatest growth actually in Family Day homes. They actually have sort of the lowest overall average, but we saw significant growth there. And we saw growth in schools, we saw growth in childcare centers, and we saw growth in Family Day homes. So we're kind of, again, it's not just about the ratings, but really looking specifically at, how much programs are growing. We also asked the team to look at new sites, right? Sort of, there's about 200 more sites this year, and to look at those averages. And so you'll see, again, that those are slightly lower than the overall sites, not necessarily, in that kind of need support range, but still a place where we have to really be thinking about when we have new programs on, how do we support them at the outset? We have seen across the board curriculum is an option. It's a way to earn 100 points if you're using a high quality curriculum. And while we started VQB5, 99%, nearly all of our Head Start and VPI programs are using curriculum because it's a program requirement. We saw really low numbers in family childcare and childcare. And so we have worked very thoughtfully over the last few years while keeping curriculum as choice to approve a set of options as high quality instructional material, to make a free option. We did an RFP or an RFI rather, and have identified Stream and 3, which is the state's open educational resource, is free for programs, was piloted and built with family childcare, so it can be used in all settings. And that's how you help see pretty significant improvement in use of curriculum in childcare and in family childcare. And then one of the primary goals of VQB5, beyond kind of trying to drive systematic improvement through the series of observations and very specific measurement use of curriculum, is really saying, how do we make sure that no matter where a family is in the state, that they can choose quality? And so we have a really intensive focus on how do we raise the floor. We do that by prioritizing our resources towards those need support sites. This is a model that Assistant Superintendent Carroll helped pilot in Louisiana and was incredibly successful, recognized nationally, and we've put in place here. So when we had the second we knew which 51 sites were in that need support category last year, Chris and the team went into action. We have quality consultants who went and met with them. This board said that we would have required improvement planning, so it's not a choice. You need to participate in this improvement planning. We didn't take anybody or threaten anybody's public dollars, just said you have to participate in improvement planning. We partnered with the Virginia Early Childhood Consultation run by UVA, and we basically had and we worked with the Ready Region, so we did a survey on what the kind of contextual needs of the programs were. We looked deeply at their data. We sent out the quality consultant to let them know what was occurring, and then month after month, they were assigned coaches who work with them to improve interactions, to consider using curriculum for the first time. And we were very excited to see that all 50 of those sites have moved out of the need support category. So in 1 year, kind of getting them to a place where there's higher quality interactions and more use of curriculum. Now, we have another 25 sites that are in that category. We would like there to be none, and so we're really looking at two things right now. How do we support those 25 sites? This process has already begun for them this year, and really looking at the data as who was on the cusp. What happened to those 25 in that year? 9, I think, of the 25 are new, so it's not entirely that these are new. But really looking at our data to say, how do we raise that floor and how do we provide some protective factors? So we do also allow coaching and prioritization for those folks that are just above that cutoff, and the goal being that we would prevent, and hopefully I'll be here next year presenting to this board, and that'll be a big 0 in that category. So that's a kind of a way that we're raising the floor. One of the things that we talked about, in addition to kind of our, this key priority of making sure that families can always choose quality, is we also wanted to elevate the excellence and the improvement happening. And so this year, thanks to decisions made by this body, which kind of required us to create honor rolls in the guidelines. We announced the rollout of three honor rolls to elevate excellence, to recognize quality of infant-toddler interactions, because there's such demand, and these are sort of the most expensive and sort of high-stakes classroom, and to motivate continual improvement. And this, in addition to the ratings and the scores, helps elevate the sector and inform parent choice. We have just under 500 sites on our honor roll. You'll see that centers, if you move to the next slide, you'll see that centers, family day homes, and public schools are all represented in those programs. And we have an extraordinary number of sites, 19 sites statewide, that received all three honor rolls. I will take a moment of privilege to recognize Cecilia Suarez, who has been on our advisory committee, I believe since the very beginning, runs Creative Day Learning in Northern Virginia, does work in English and in Spanish, and has many educators who do early childhood care and education in Spanish, and really was very concerned, expressed very constructive feedback at an ECAC meeting a few years ago about BQB5, about whether this was too much for her educators and for her program, whether this could be fair and could work well in classrooms where languages other than English were being used, and really sort of said, like, we have got to figure out how to make this work. And put the charge in front of Chris and myself and the team and the Ready Regions and our partners. And I couldn't have been more pleased than last week to be able to announce that Cecilia earned improvement, highest of quality interactions, and overall excellence. And just this moment of going from somebody who had such great doubts, right, and was really concerned about how do we do this well, right, and how do we make sure this works for some of our most vulnerable kids and families, to come full circle and to demonstrate all that improvement and ultimately excellence. I also include, and you're going to have to get out your reading glasses to see it, but I couldn't not put it out there, just the 101 sites that are receiving and exceeds expectation on this excellence. Like, this is extraordinary. These are high quality interactions. These are programs in rural Virginia and urban Virginia, suburban Virginia, kind of in cities and in towns. These are well-known programs and unknown programs. We have family child care scoring very high, and we have Head Start scoring very high. And I just want you to take a moment to look at the incredible sort of range and diversity of those programs. I hope that if there are superintendents or community leaders watching, that they'll take a moment just to recognize excellence in our communities. And it really defies stereotypes. We cannot judge these experiences based on the outside of the building or the funding source, but truly kind of look at these exemplars. This also means that there is excellence across the state. And if you sort of folks are like, if I'm a brand new child care center owner, or I'm a brand new teacher, where would I go? Being able to sort of point to these 101 exemplars, which is more than last year's of 79, is just incredible. As you move forward, you'll see that these are so hopefully you'll start to see these certificates, and we've seen great postings on social media and other places across the state so far. I also really was struck by President Creasy's point about the long run, and I just want to tell a little story for a moment. Last Friday, I received a call out of the blue from a Louisiana area code, and it was a child care center director in the Mississippi Delta area of Louisiana, a very historically underserved community. And after apologizing profusely for inadvertently mixing up numbers in her phone, she went on to tell me, that she was so pleased with her program because they had finally earned 6s on class. So they had finally earned the kind of equivalent of exceeds expectation. It had taken many years, but for a leader over a 10-year period to believe in this, in an area of the state where it's hard to find good K-12 teachers, not to mention childcare, to survive this pandemic and serve as such an essential resource. And the thing that she says to me after sort of saying, how are you, how are your kids, is, would you believe it, I got 6s. And I'm so excited to be excellent. And so I hope that, you know, as we look forward, the lasting impact of this, truly, you know, as if Louisiana is an example, it, you know, truly can make a difference, not only on the kids that, you know, happen to benefit from quality last year, but, you know, truly for the next decade, and just make sort of the work and the decisions of this board that much more important. And we're going to be there to support the next decade and to use information to continually improve the system, because we now have VA Connects. And so, as a reminder, we've got 3 systems supported in large part by UVA through another kind of research policy partnership. We've got VALS, which covers language and literacy. We've got Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, or VKRP, which is school readiness for every single public kindergartner in the state, as well as for a significant subset of 3- and 4-year-olds. And we have Link B5, which captures that data down to the classroom level. Thanks to the incredible work of was supported by our Ready Regions and partners in the field, but of our team and UVA, we fully rolled out VA Connects this year, which kind of connects all these systems on the back end. There were some challenges around the complexity in the beginning, and so huge thanks to the field for your patience over the course of this late summer and fall. But it really helps us connect sort of experiences to longitudinal outcomes. So now I can sort of tell you, well, this kid was funded with this program, and then this is how this kid did in 3rd grade, but I don't know actually what that kid experienced. And the classroom, not the funding source, is the greatest point of variability. So if you go to the next slide, and some of you may have seen this, Grace probably saw this years ago, President Creasy probably saw this years ago, and when it was a pipe dream. But the idea is we now understand which kids are in which classroom. We know how those classrooms score on quality. We know the credential of the teacher, the curriculum used, the compensation. And thanks to smart probabilistic matching, we can then, once that kid enters VKRP, we can sort of assign that kid or kind of connect that kid with their state testing identifier, and then we can track them all the way through, even into our longitudinal data system, which captures college, career, and beyond. And so what it means is you don't just have to take my word or sort of the national studies that suggest that interactions matter for kids' learning. We will be able, over the next 2 decades, to demonstrate that at a very large scale. And we think that this is the nation-leading kind of early childhood integrated data system, because it's the only one that's actually connected to a live measure of what kids are experiencing, not just how they're funded or where they might be served. So very, very exciting kind of multi-year work on behalf of our partners. And I'll give you an example of how we're even beginning to use this data on the next slide. So when we asked our folks in preparation for the deep dives, I should note the deep dives are 2 hours and 70 slides, which Chris does rinse and repeat 9 times. Our internal deep dive was upwards of 180 slides. So this is all a paring down. But one of the things that really stuck out for me when we reviewed that as a team is we were sort of really looking at how do you think at improvement. And what this slide shows you is you have to think of this very differently. This is fall to spring data. So this is looking at the fall of 2024 and the spring of 2025. The right bar is schools, right? And so what that is saying is that in the classrooms, if you look at who the teacher was in the fall and who the teacher is in the spring, 95% of the time it's the same teacher, right? So as you think about improvement, you're thinking about, and some of those teachers will leave over the summer, but like you are thinking about partnering with schools to build systems that are sort of focused on enhancing and supporting learning, right? You're going to have the same educators. In sharp contrast, in childcare, between the fall and the spring, so this is not year-over-year turnover, this is literally within 6 months, you see 31% of those teachers are leaving. And so when we think about our need support sites, when we think about improvement, we have to really be thinking about who is entering this workforce, right? Because it's not going to be about the same repeated sort of enhanced professional development or technical assistance. It's going to look very different. This also contrasts with family childcare, where we know on average our childcare leaders and educators are there for 8, 9, 10 years, right? And so this really this data is so essential. If you were to say, Jenna, how will you improve experiences across the board? You have to use this data because it shows you, even in this 6-month snapshot of last year, taking a one-size-fits-all approach to improvement, will not work, right? Because I'm going to work with that family child care educator differently because I know she's going to be there in 5 years and probably 10 years. And I'm going to think differently about how I support this child care educator. But as we do with VECC, we're going to also think about the leader, because the leader will be there in 6 months and that particular educator might not be. And that was a really sort of, those types of insight are only made possible by having this type of data. And being able to kind of really work with our improvement partners, with our sites themselves, with school divisions, with Head Start grantees to say you have to look at your data. This isn't about just randomly picking a professional development and putting it out there. It is that looking at your specific data on how you're going to improve and really thinking about each of those individual classrooms. And last but not least, we also want, particularly for our 3 and 4-year-olds, to kind of understand the direct relationship. And so we, now that we have VALs in place, we have that rigorous language and literacy screener, we're able to look at, for the roughly the 35,000 kids we do have outcomes data on for 3 and 4-year-olds, how to look at all 3 elements: curriculum, interactions, and kids' growth from fall to spring. And so that'll be sort of a new focus that was only made possible by the implementation of VALs and VA Connects in the last year. So with that, I just wanted to highlight again that from here, we go out, we do, we've done two of the, but who's counting? We have 7 more deep dives to do. And then we'll be coming back to this body as we are continually analyzing this data and saying, here are the things that we think are necessary to continue to drive improvement as we bring the guidelines back to you for 25, 26, and beyond. 26, 27, and beyond. Thank you very much. Let me pause and see what questions you might have.
Any questions, comments? Dr. Northern?
Awesome job. I am so excited that, I mean, we don't know this, like 1/3 of teachers in child care centers are leaving within the school year. Like, holy cow, that is like, and we don't have that data anywhere else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that you know this is just like amazing, and the fact that what you're going to continue to uncover by linking these data sets is really exciting.
I forgot to note, it's on the slide, but I forgot to note, and that the teachers who stayed scored on average higher in class, right? So we can already begin to connect, you know, beyond knowing instinctively that it's not a good thing to leave within the school year, that we have actual data that shows that that does have a negative impact on kids.
Yeah, exactly. So my comment is I'm just really excited about the linking of the data and the fact that you can uncover these patterns, because you're exactly right. Those knowing the issues exactly lead you to be able to keep pushing, you know, and improving and improving, improving. I mean, you know, I was a little concerned before about like having such a high percentage. I'm like, okay, that's 99%. Obviously, we want it to be 100%, but at the same time, we want to hold the bar right up. And so this tells me that we can very consciously and strategically know how to continue to raise the floor when we have the data that are pointing out the weaknesses. And yeah, because I get that we want 100%, but we also want 100% to actually be meaningful, you know, so folks can really trust that number. And this tells me that that we're going to be able to keep doing that. So thank you for all the hard work. Honestly, it's very exciting for us as and you're right, like just underscored what the superintendent shared. At my travels, everybody's talking about Virginia's and what we're doing in early childhood. So thank you for you and your team.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I think we will come back, and I think we want to sort of think through, you know, how do you have folks meeting expectations, right? But then also, how are we really driving improvement? I will say sort of the improvement honor roll, which basically takes mathematically what is the improvement and sort of takes the 10%, has really sort of provoked some conversation in the field, which we think is important in terms of supporting improvement. We also know folks are really sort of have feelings around some of those places where it goes from kind of meets expectation to exceeds expectations. We also know that, you know, the overall averages, you know, were improvement, but we also know it's not quite as much improvement as we want to see. So 53% of sites, their numerical score was higher. You know, small number was exactly the same, and 47% were lower. And we would like to see more sort of improvement in terms of the proportion of sites. And so we will come back to you. This is what we're analyzing right now, is really try to figure out how do you get so every site is improving, right, rather than sort of some sites making larger improvements that then lead to kind of the overall average. And that, I think, will potentially come back with sort of some shifts this year to think about, do we need additional buckets? How do we think about our incentives to make sure that everybody is improving? But the key part is, even though it's saying that 99% of sites are meeting those those expectations, we have that more precise data, that 3-digit score that allows us then to kind of come back to you all and say, hey, here are the shifts to kind of further incent improvement, further incent excellence, sort of better delineate for families.
Awesome.
So that is our current work right now.
Is there a particular criterion that they're struggling with? I know that there's
Yeah.
so many dimensions on those.
So
valves.
it's largely comes down to instruction, and so that's part of. So there's class is not tied to any particular curriculum or but so it's kind of called engage. It's part of the infant piece. So the infant is using language, right, and kind of constantly talking with children, thinking about that work. For toddlers, it's called engage support for learning, and then in preschool, it's instructional support. And the example we give is, and you start to see this if you look at the VALS pre-K from last year. One of the areas in where kids are not making the most growth is expressive comprehension. And so class calls on asking how and why questions, building on the kid, prompting the kid to build. It's hard, right? I mean, if you're around a 3-year-old, I find myself, I'm like, what color is this? Like, how many fingers, right? How old are you? And that is not getting kids to kind of think as critically, right? Is not kind of, and we have to pause, right? Because sometimes it can take a little while for their things to get out, and sometimes they're a little tangential. But to me, we're very close, and we're doing some really important work with the preschool VKRP and VALS and VPI to start to connect. Like, here, we are struggling a little bit on instruction. Curriculum is a big play, right? And we're going to sort of see, it's one thing to say you're using curriculum. It's a whole another thing to use it. It takes about 2 to 3 years, right, to fully implement that. And then to kind of connect it to, if you want to see kids grow, like, we're really good at helping kids identify letters and write their names by the end of the 4-year-old year. We are, we can improve in how we really develop those critical thinking skills and do some of that concept development. I think that data, that is starting to emerge, Ms. Northam, as a kind of a trend there.
Mr. Monk?
Thank you. First, just awesome work. I know this is not only showing impact now, but we'll see the benefits of this long term. So thank you for that. And as a newer member, just trying to gain some context here, I noticed the approved curriculum, and it looks like most of the scores as I go into the site are 100. And you kind of hit it on your last answer there. Is that more of a checkbox of they've got this approved curriculum, or are they actually showing it in the visit?
So it is right now, it's sort of, if you're using it in just one classroom, this board has agreed in last year's guidelines to sort of raise that bar in 2 years' time to kind of all classrooms. The goal there is to encourage everybody to choose to use a curriculum. What we have found when you look at sort of the work and the research on it, it's very hard to, at scale, kind of evaluate how well they use curriculum. So you think of kind of curriculum as your more blunt measure and class as your more specific measure. And so what the hope of the design of the system is that 100 points gets you to sort of begin to adopt it. What we found, and the reason that we added curriculum in here in Virginia, is because in Louisiana we were using class alone for a couple of years, and childcare folks started coming to us and saying, I can't move on instructional support. Like, my teachers can't make it up every day. And we're like, well, you should start using curriculum. And they're like, well, can you help us pay for it? And we're like, okay, well, this is clearly kind of this trajectory. So rather than just require curriculum, which sort of doesn't necessarily kind of, you don't see it sort of things getting better, we sort of say, well, we'll incent you to use curriculum. And the goal is that as you use curriculum, you're going to see those instruction scores go up. And so and we'll see whether or not at some point we decide, because everybody's using it, it may not be as relevant to keep, but it's helped go from 40% of family childcare and childcare using it upwards to 80%. And I think we're going to start to see the differential being the interactions, not so much the curriculum.
And just follow up on the curriculum component there. I know it says approved curriculum. What is the, obviously want it to be high quality, but knowing that there's faith-based, and what does that look like in terms of getting your curriculum approved?
Yeah, so we will review all curriculum, which was something that is a little different from how it works in K-12 because of the history of early childhood. So we have had, for example, school divisions make serious investments in curriculum because there weren't a lot of commercial products available. We have some open educational resources. So for the last 5 years, you've submitted your curriculum to us, even if it was homemade, and we have reviewed it in line with our early learning development standards, as well as some kind of nationally accepted criteria on quality. And so we have a faith-based option that is being used. We have some school division created resources. We have some of the more kind of traditionally well-known kind of creative curriculum. And then we have Stream in 3, which is our open educational resource. Stream in 3 is our most frequently used because it's free or low cost. We also, my experience in Louisiana around supporting use of curriculum is, and kind of going back to the stat about 31% of teachers leaving, what you're really trying to do is not only think about kind of a one-time training for this teacher, but institutionalize that curriculum within the ecosystem of the center, right? And so by having an open educational resource where anybody can offer PD on, and it's not proprietary, it is our hope that we can kind of build it into the system. So when you're the assistant teacher, you're learning from the lead teacher, right? If you're, it's kind of everybody in that program is using it. Realistically, that's going to take 3 to 5 years. But we did want to say, rather than say you have to purchase an curriculum, if you've got something great and you're providing and it's meeting these standards, then that's gonna, and you'll see if you go, you can actually go. I should say this to you, board member Northern. You can go to our website. You can click data download, and you get it all. So you can look at the top 101 in the state, and you can look at what curriculum you're using, and it's not all the same, right? There's various ones being used in different ways, but you'll see that our highest scoring school is in a really rural community, right? And and then we have that right next to schools from Fairfax and Northern Virginia, right? So the data even on curriculum shows that it needs to be of a certain quality, but we shouldn't be necessarily pushing one resource for everybody, and that it is important if you've developed it own or if your faith-based values are key to you and you can meet the quality criteria, we should be supporting that.
One final, if I may. And we kind of alluded to this, but tracking, and you've done some of that data set here, but what ability do we have to track, if a student was in a meets expectation or exceeds expectation? Grade 3, you mentioned long-term. How can we track that student is that possible?
Yes, we do. Now, this has been a work in progress, and I'll try to do the high-level answer. But basically, we created something called classroom lists, and we worked with providers, to sort of do so that parents were aware and could, opt in or opt out. And then what we knew from years and years of doing PALS is that we can get that information, it's basically 5 fields about the child, and then very safely match it on the back end with their state testing identifier the second they pop up at public school. So what it means is basically, and this is why we had some of the challenges with VA Connects this fall, is these kids are coming in, we're running numbers to sort of see, okay, were you ever in early childhood? And then we're linking those records so that at some point we'll be able to sort of look back and say, as a baby, they were in a meets expectation, as a toddler, they were here, they were, and sort of all the way through. This is like the first year that finally we have these kids and sort of begin to do this. So kind of the clock starts now. But yes, Mr. Monk will be able to do that. And when we roll out attendance tracking in December of this year, we'll actually be able to understand how much of the service did they get, what was the quality measurement, what played in. We might find that interaction scores don't matter if you're only there 50% of the time, right? And so kind of being able to kind of take all that data. The biggest challenge, and again, President Creasy knows this better than anyone. Everybody thought we were totally bananas when we proposed this. We began building the data system before even the law had passed, but we will see over time that we believe it will pay off for the Commonwealth.
Other questions or comments? So, of course, I have lots. But first, I really just want to say, one of the things to respond to Dr. Northern about, that 31% leaving, one of the things that we looked at, gosh, Jenna, how long ago was it? When we talked about
2019?
Salaries and how salaries even regionally were impacting, and how salaries or pay scales between different types of providers were really impacting where the workforce was sort of shifting. I think that would be an interesting maybe follow-up presentation if we're
I should
continuing
note the other version of that slide has the comp for those two levels.
Yep.
So for the childcare teachers is about $17 an hour. For the school-based teachers, it's 28 to 32.
Yeah, so I think maybe a really awesome follow-up presentation would be to talk about, what those differences look like regionally, within the different types of providers, because I think that just re-ups the immediacy of all of it for us, just so that we're really connecting all of the dots and pulling it all together. I think it would be also interesting to see that maybe, perhaps our highest honor rollees maybe aren't the highest paid. I think that's a lot of very interesting data too that the field would really like to see as well as those of us sitting here. So that would be one point that I'd like to make. The second is I'm really, really, really harping in my own mind on this development and continued support of our instructional leadership. So as you talked about leaders and centers being very or being our most lasting piece of the puzzle within each individual provider site, I think it's imperative that we hone in very specifically, very intently, and very strategically to those leaders and how they are able to provide that continuity when perhaps there may not be, considering some turnover. I think that's a lesson that K-12 needs to learn, frankly, because I think that we've really, really, really got to focus on how we continue to support principals in school, principals, assistant principals in school buildings across the Commonwealth to continue to do the work of that instructional leadership. How are we equipping them to be the best instructional leader to then help those teachers in classrooms that maybe, really do need that instructional support, whether it be from a pedagogical standpoint or from just a practical, this is how we operate in a school building type situation. So I think we have a lot to learn in K-12 from our early childhood system, and I really hope that our K-12 partners are listening to this, because I do think that it's going to be a dramatic transformation of our holistic educational system if we are truly able to connect those dots between early childhood and K-12 and keep them strongly connected. And you guys have done a great job of doing that, reaching out and holding hands when people are probably trying to let go of your hands. But I continue to encourage you
Not
all.
optional. We don't let go of your hands.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm talking about the connection between early childhood and K-12 hand holding, because it is crucial to continued development and identification. And so in the future, as we continue to get more data and information from you, another thing that I think that we would like to see is how are we using this system to also support educators in those early childhood classrooms in that identification of special education and needs there. So another follow-up presentation that I know would be really informative to the board would be around consistency in identification. So I had a conversation with Clark Anders the other day, and he said, Grace, we have a lot of our students at our center that are then going into other divisions, and you're not all the same school division, and we're not seeing consistency in identification. What we're seeing in an early childhood classroom, identifying, talking to parents about, is not getting connected when we send parents for identification purposes to the local public school. So some kind of, how are you all supporting those early childhood educators in that identification and how to communicate that both to parents and then carrying that on to the school division? And then lastly, I just desperately, desperately hope that the media grasps on and does a major service to the families of the Commonwealth by raising the excellence that this system in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the North Star that you all are providing in this area of education, we absolutely have to elevate this in the media to be able to get this in the hands of parents. And so I beg of our partners in the media to please, please elevate this, because it is crucial to the future of the Commonwealth of Virginia for parents to know the availability of these options for our youngest learners and for us to have the greatest state in the country. So thank you so much for all the work that you all have done.
Thank you, President Christie.
Thank you. Sorry, I got on my little soapbox. Excuse me. Anyway, we are so appreciative of the work that you all have done and know that it continues. And so we will continue to thank you for that.
We will be back with more data and shifts on how we can continue to improve the system together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Does anybody need a quick break? Let's do that, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, please. We are back, and we are going with presentation B on the Technical Advisory Council. Are you starting us off, Ms. Booker
I'm
Dwyer?
kicking us off.
Wonderful.
So, thank you, board members. Good morning. And so I am excited today to talk about our advisors that we have, our Technical Advisory Council, that really supports us with all things assessment related. And with me today, I have Dr. Marianne Perry, who's going to share the outcomes of our last TAC convening and give an overview of our advisory council and their purpose. So, Dr. Perry.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back and to see you all again. So I'm here today to talk about we call it the TAC, the Technical Advisory Council. And I think it's important for everybody to understand is that when we're creating assessments, working on accountability systems in this state, in any state, we have outside experts come in to actually advise us on the technical issues, review what we're doing. There are times you need to check the vendor and see if what they're doing makes sense. So we bring in these outside experts. So we can do anything from assessment design, development, implementation. Most recently, we've been spending a lot of time on standard setting and cut scores. We also talk about scaling and equating, growth models, item banks, new assessment items, automated scoring, test security. There's all kinds of technical aspects that we can talk about, and we have folks with various expertise to come in. So I just serve as your facilitator. You know me from being involved in the standard setting, but my background is as a psychometrician, and I serve on 6 other state TACs. The other thing TACs do is they bring in experience from other states. We can say, hey, Florida's tried this. Have you thought about doing something this way? So we bring that in. So Dr. Suzanne Lane is, I think she's been on 10, or it's on 10 TACs right now. But she just retired from the University of Pittsburgh, and she's been on your TAC for a little while. Dr. Denny Way has also been on your TAC for a while. He started out his life as a vendor psychometrician working at Pearson, and I worked with him at ETS, and he recently retired from the College Board. So he's worked on state assessment, SAT. We also brought in, we sort of reconstituted your TAC to bring in some new members and focus on the expertise of where we saw what we would need in the future. So the first is Dr. Molly Faulkner-Bond. She is an expert on multilingual learners. She got her PhD at University of Massachusetts in psychometrics. And one of the reasons we wanted to bring her on is she's also a parent of elementary school kids in Virginia Public Schools. So she has a very personal investment for making sure we're doing everything right with accountability and assessment. And finally, we brought on Vince Vergis, who recently retired as the assistant superintendent in Florida. So he'd been there for 20 years working on their assessment and accountability systems. So he stood up, I want to say, 3 different systems in that 20 years. So he's seen those kinds of transitions. He's worked with the federal government to get approvals. He's done all of that. He started, but before that, he was a mathematics teacher. And prior to that, he was a Navy pilot. So what we're really looking to do is provide these expert guidance, recommendations. Oftentimes we're reviewing things that happened in the past, but we're looking to inform how should we do that better in the future. So we just met early this month, and you can see we had the 4 TAC members. I facilitated. We had 4 people from our Department of Ed staff, and we had some folks from the vendors. And I do have to say, the TAC, to echo something that was said earlier this morning, that the TAC said this was one of the most collaborative meetings they've had in the last 3 or 4 years. So they're really excited to see the direction that Virginia is going. So the first thing we talked about was going over the whole standard setting, everything you've heard about that's happened to set the cut scores. We have a technical report that the TAC reviewed and made some comments on. But overall, they were very impressed, said this was clearly a valid and reliable method. They actually recommended continuing with ID matching whenever possible. They really liked the way we used NAEP and incorporated NAEP into the standard setting process. So gave us some kudos on that. And again, as we said, looking forward, because we know we've got standard settings coming up in our future, and we'll have more performance levels to set in other subjects. They really liked the inclusion of community members and said, let's keep doing that. Again, ID matching whenever possible. And the only other change they recommended was we brought all of our committees in and had them on one group the whole time, a big U shape. And oftentimes in standard setting, we'll divide people into smaller tables so they can have really rich discussions, and then they report out to each other. So the TAC recommended that we consider doing that next time. Phased in. So to be very honest, the first reaction of being phased in was not positive, because across the country, we've seen this not work. People lose the political will to keep phasing things in over time. So the recommendation is keep the phase in as short as possible. As much as we've got current policymakers, we want to keep that phased in. So we talked a lot about, well, when do we start? And because of the accountability system and the fact that we have fall testers that go into the accountability system, the recommendation was think about this year as a prep year, think about this year as a communication year. We've got a lot of ideas about how to get information out to the public, to the schools, to help them prepare for the new cut scores. But to really think about fall of 26 is maybe where we put in the new cut scores. We have a full year in front of us. We talked about some of the other policies that are affected by the new cut scores, such as the local validated credit, where right now it says if a student earns at least a 375, and that may not make sense in a couple of years. So their recommendation is to start thinking about things as within an X number of points. As we know, right now, we don't have cut scores set at 400 at every single grade, so saying 375 doesn't make sense. But saying within 25 points of the cut score could make sense. So we have what we call the standard error of measurement, which is sort of the variability around any score you get. So you can put a little confidence interval around that and say you have to score within the confidence interval is the idea behind that. The other thing that came up, this wasn't actually on our agenda, we went off on a tangent here, but it's important. We got talking about the fact that Virginia allows retakes. And while that's generally a good thing, the concern is in practice sometimes people will have everybody who isn't proficient retake the test the next day. And for some kids, that's going to be a waste of time. If you're scoring again within that confidence interval, sure, take it again the next day. But if you're somebody who's scoring 100 points below proficiency, taking the test the next day is not going to raise your score by over 100 points. So it really said, let's spend some time doing some communication to the public about, or to our educators, to our school administrators, about when it makes sense to do a retake. And as we learn of effective professional development that can help, the training that will help the kids, things that actually can make a difference, let's get that information out to schools so they can say, when does it make sense to retest and when are we just torturing our students? So the next thing we looked at is the entire item bank. And I should say at this point that we are, we keep our meetings confidential, we keep our meetings secure, partially because we do things like this next topic where we're actually looking at live items. So we want to make sure that things that stay in the room and don't end up on Twitter or X. So we looked at the health of the item bank and said, okay, we've just made a pretty big change in terms of where raising the proficiency and raising expectations. And we've talked about this before. Amber, you've pointed this out a couple of times, that we need to raise the rigor of the items. And we've been working on that, but we looked at the health of the item bank and said, we really still need to keep working on getting more advanced items into the bank. So Pearson's made some progress. We kept looking at that needs to go forward. We also want to add a process to Pearson's approach where they actually have their item writers say what they're targeting in terms of the cognitive complexity. Is this item intended to assess proficient or advanced skills? And then use that and compare that to the data later. Pearson did a nice job creating materials for the TAC, and it included sort of a heat map of where the items fall for each standard along the difficulty scale. And it was really an interesting visual that showed you that there really are some standards that you can only measure up to a certain point. You can't measure the most advanced thing on this standard because it's a fairly straightforward standard. On the flip side, there are some standards that are so complex you really can't get below basic items out of them. So we recommended, is there a way to create this visual that, in a way that'll help teachers, educators understand how the standards and difficulty kind of work together and complexity work together? We spent a lot of time talking about the Integrated Reading and Writing Assessment, IRW. The TAC really does say it has a lot of value, but we're concerned that it doesn't seem to have a purpose right now. So where we ended up was the TAC recommended using the IRW scores in grades 5 and 8 as the readiness indicator. We've got the readiness piece, and Mark will talk about this later today. But we'll talk about if we use it as readiness, not as academic achievement, it has some oomph. It gives us a reason to go in and really think hard about improving our students' writing. But it's not going to be one more test that adds into achievement. So it does mean we'll need to set cut scores so that we can add something in here. This is a short test. It's 21 points, I believe. So the TAC says we can't put in 4 cut scores and 21 points, but we can put in 2, maximum of 2 cut scores to really kind of divide up some performance. High school, we spent a lot of time comparing the high school IRW to the end of course writing. And the TAC's final recommendation is they said, let's just stick with EOC writing. It doesn't make sense to have both, and the EOC writing gives more information. Because it's a longer test, it has a higher degree of reliability. And instead, Pearson's done some work creating these IRW prompts in high school. Let's just give them to the schools and say, here, use this formatively in your classroom.
Thank you, Dr. Perry. So next steps, so typically our TAC is 5 members, and as you saw, we have 4, so we will be adding 1 additional TAC member. And we meet with TAC, so it's October we met, and then we'll meet again in March, but we can call on our TAC members anytime we need them. So while it looks like the meetings are far apart, we can actually, they're a resource for us to pull on anytime we need support with assessments. And so, so with that, we'll end it there and open the floor up for questions.
Are there any questions here? Dr. Northern?
The integrated reading writing as a readiness indicator, you said that we'll get that. That was my biggest question. We'll get that in a later session today.
You'll get a little bit more information through Mr. Jennings' presentation when we talk about updates to our ESSA state plan.
Okay, and on the additional TAC member, I don't know if you've got names, and I'm not going to give you names, but I would say encourage you to look at Curriculum Associates, NWA, and the Center for Assessment. They're where a lot of people are pulling folks from. Yeah.
Yes, definitely, yes.
Other questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe I have the
Okay.
next topic.
And so, item C.
Thank you, Dr. Perry.
Thank you, Dr. Perry.
Okay, I'm ready. Yes. All right, come on up, Dr. Ballard. So our next presentation is updates on school supports. And so you'll see that we have the slide deck posted, and if we go to slide 2, for the last few months, I've been coming to the board sharing updates on how we are reimagining statewide support for school improvement. In August, I talked about how we are grounding our work in data. And so I am excited when we can bring the accountability results to you and really talk about the data and how we're targeting supports for schools. We even started sharing some of the projected impact data for schools and divisions, which we're going to use to help target support. We talked about the customized support and how we're really looking to create these sustainable structures. At the September board meeting, we discussed the organizational structure and funding. And so we talked about how we're undergoing this reorg, and how we're hiring additional staff to meet specific needs. And I am super excited. We have been interviewing for the middle school math specialist. And I mean, I just want everyone who applied to hire them. They're just, so we have some great math people across our state. And then, and we have about over 60 applications right now that we're about to start screening for our regional student support specialist positions. And so I'm just really, really excited with bringing on additional staff to help build our capacity and extend our support across the state. And we also talked about some strategic funding opportunities and just how we are doing grants a little differently now. And so today, in advance of releasing accountability results, we are going to focus on how we are going to support these schools that will be identified through the accountability system. And so if we go to slide 3, one of the things, anytime you're working with the accountability system and there are certain federal requirements and state requirements, it can feel like compliance. Like we're just checking the box. We're going to do a needs assessment, check the box. We're going to fill out an application, check the box. And that's not what we want to do. Now, we know that we have to do certain things to move students forward and to ensure that we are meeting those requirements defined by the state and federal government. But we also want to do it in a very intentional way so that it's not a compliance-driven tool, but something that's really used to move things forward. So what you'll see in this presentation is that we are revising the needs assessment and that whole process. We are revising the monitoring process. And so any school division and any school that was previously identified for comprehensive support and improvement, they can't just dust off their old plan and we're just going to make some tweaks and resubmit, because we are truly changing the process to focus more. So we're not focusing on everything. You got identified for this. Let's dig deep into why you got identified for this and what's the specific data points. And really focusing on those data cycles. How often are you looking at your student data and monitoring, looking at those 30, 60, 90-day cycles? So we are super excited, that we're going to start to do more of that. On slide 4, what you'll see is the Virginia Schools Performance and Support Framework, and this is what's used to identify these schools. And there's been a lot of work done to ensure that we are aligning the performance categories with federal identification, because it can be confusing to the public if there's a school that's been identified for comprehensive support and improvement, but has a distinguished status as a performance category. And so what Mr. Jennings and his team, what they have done is really worked hard to ensure that the newly identified comprehensive support and improvement schools, they will be in the needs intensive support category. So when we talk about what supports are available for the needs intensive support schools, a lot of that is going to fall under those supports for CSI schools. And then also for the targeted support and improvement schools, these schools are going to fall under the on-track, off-track, or needs intensive support. So once again, when we look at what are the supports that are going to be available for needs intensive support schools, a lot of it is going to align to comprehensive support and targeted support to those supports. And so that tight alignment is so critical. On slide 5, it's just a high-level overview of how schools are identified, and you'll get into way more detail about this once all results are released. So we're really just focusing on, we're preparing for that release, because as soon as everything is made public, we are ready to start to kick off all the support. Another big part, so when we go to slide 6, is our Memorandum of Understanding School Divisions. One of the first meetings I was in when I came here, was looking at these MOU school divisions, how long some of them have been identified as MOU, looking at the MOUs to see, are they ever even able to get out of MOU status, and what kind of supports could we provide them? And so the great thing is, under our consolidated plan, so it's very clear that if 40% of the schools in your division are identified for comprehensive support and improvement or additional targeted support and improvement, you will be a MOU school division. If 10 or more schools are identified for comprehensive support and improvement, you will be an MOU school division. And there are certain requirements that come with that, such as the division level academic and resource allocation review. And so that is something, once these results are released and we identify those school divisions, we will work with them throughout this process, because the goal is not to keep you an MOU forever. We want to make sure that there's a clear exit strategy and that it makes sense for your school division. On slide 7, what you see are some of the resources that will be shared very soon. We are so thankful to work with our partners at Waypoint to take all of this federal and state compliance-driven language and to break it into language that's parent-friendly and teacher-friendly and principal-friendly. And so what school divisions, and this will be available, they'll get customizable slide decks where they can drop in their own school's data and they can talk through with their communities that's this accountability and the difference between accountability and accreditation, because there's still a lot of confusion in the field about that. And they'll also be able to, really go through why did we get identified, and then what's the plan so that we're not going to continue to be identified. So there'll be some very clear resources for school leaders. So in our listening sessions, we've been hearing from principals a lot that they want resources. They want the state to send them resources because they don't always get all the resources that are coming out of the state. So we are going to make sure that they receive these resources. And guides for families. So when a school is identified as comprehensive support and improvement or targeted support and improvement, what does that mean for a parent? What supports are available to you as a parent? So we want to make sure that is clear and it's ready to go as soon as as the schools are identified. Slide 8, so these are the two documents that define those requirements. So it's our ESSA consolidated plan and our standards of accreditation. Mr. Jennings, he's going to get up later today and talk about some revisions that we are that we want to start doing to our ESSA consolidated state plan, so that there can be more flexibility with school improvement and so that it doesn't feel so compliance focused. Because when you look at our ESSA state plan, there's things like, well, you have to create the template, which is, yes, we have to create the template, but does that need to be in the ESSA state plan? So it's little things like that that we're going to start to look into and how we can do some things differently. Slide 9 details all of the requirements, like what are the must-dos and who's required to monitor. Is this a Department of Education? Do we need to go out to your school? Is this a division that you need to monitor? And so this is just a snapshot of what's required for comprehensive support and improvement schools, targeted support and improvement schools, and additional targeted support and improvement schools. And once again, a lot of these schools are your needs-intensive schools. And so if you're identified as needs-intensive, a lot of this is going to apply to you. And so on slide 10, this is where the Office of School Improvement under Dr. Ballard is really going to come into play, because they are working to coordinate this cross-divisional support. It's not just his office that's leading this school improvement work. They are the point. They are the ones who are going to be working with the principals and the assistant principals and the division leaders, but they are going to make sure that that across the board, if a school needs help with attendance, we have people at the state who can help with that. If a school needs help with their students with disabilities, we have people at the state that can help with that. So they are going to really work in depth with the leaders to ensure that systemic planning and sustainable planning is happening, and that the supports are there for them. So I'm going to call Mr. Ballard, Dr. Ballard up to just talk a little bit about how they're going to do that through these needs assessment, supports plan, resource reviews, plan approval, and monitoring. So, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Booker Dwyer. To President Creasy, members of the board, State Superintendent Gullickson, good morning. I'm glad to be with you all this morning. So on slide 10, the Office of School Improvement, as Deputy Superintendent Booker Dwyer just mentioned, provides guidance, technical assistance, and support to divisions and schools identified for improvement throughout the Commonwealth. Once schools are identified, as she's mentioned, OSI is looking forward to providing the technical assistance and coaching support through a variety of modalities to include virtual and in-person trainings and learning experiences, lunch and learn offerings, office hours, coordinating even individualized regional support and convening meetings as well with division OSQ contacts, principals, and other division and school leaders, as she just briefly mentioned. So using a continuous improvement cycle that starts with building a team that is composed of diverse stakeholders who will support the work of improvement, OSI will be coming alongside divisions and standing shoulder to shoulder with school leaders to provide coaching support and technical assistance when they are conducting their needs assessments, which is going to be focused on factors that lead to schools or school identification status in the new support performance and support framework, the school performance, and support framework. So information and findings from this needs assessment will be instrumental in the development of their multi-year school and or division support plan that was just referenced, which will include information regarding contributing factors that are related to those indicators around mastery, readiness, and growth, measurable goals, aid in the identification of evidence-based interventions, and outline strategies and action steps that will be taken to make progress and to reach the desired student improvement goals or outcomes that we're striving to see. In addition, OSQ will be supporting schools with their resource review and effective resource distribution around their school and across the school division. Now, upon completion and approval of the plans, as schools and divisions transition to implementation and monitoring, OSI will leverage working, as Ms. Booker-Dwyer mentioned, across the agency more closely and collaboratively with our colleagues from other offices who are the subject matter experts as part of the review process and to support more focused and systematic improvement efforts. And so she just mentioned a couple of examples, but that is precisely right. If we had a school or division whose plan is focused on the acquisition, usage, or professional development around HQIM, OSI would actually take that cross-departmental approach. We would be working with our teaching and learning and instructional team. If it was around chronic absenteeism, special education, we would be doing the same thing, if you will, with the Office of Behavioral Health and Student Safety, and likewise with the Office of Special Education Instructional Services and Supports. And so we'll transition to next slide at this point. Slide 11. Okay, here we go. And so as it relates to, I'm sorry, follow along. The 2025-26 School Improvement Grant opportunity actually provides, continued support to schools federally identified, as mentioned, for comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted and support and improvement. These funds that you see here must support the implementation of the school's multi-year support plan and provide assistance to ensure the implementation of appropriate supports and evidence-based intervention to address their federal identification. Specific school improvement grant funding considerations are based on the school's federal identification and the needs articulated in the submission of a complete school improvement grant application, which will also accompany that include that multi-year support plan that's accompanied it. With a continued focus on systemic improvement, these funds can be used to support implementation of interventions aimed at improving student outcomes and performance around examples such as professional learning experiences, the acquisitions of math and learning coaches, tutoring support, attendance initiative, community engagement, just to name a few things. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Booker-Dwyer to talk a little bit more about the direct student services.
Yes, and we mentioned the Direct Student Services Grant at the last board meeting, and we are preparing to have that released at the same time as our school improvement grant, so that our school divisions can think holistically about all the supports that they can use this funding for. And we also just want to recognize from our general fund what's helping us do all this work. We have that $1.9 million that was appropriated to us, and that is very important. That's the engine that's allowing us to do all of this work with the team. And so on slide 12, we know that there's all these plans and needs assessments that need to be completed, but these have to be living documents, dynamic documents, not just check the box type of things. And so we're going to do some intensive support on how are you developing your plan so that it fits the school context, to ensure that you are ready for the interventions that you want to implement, and to ensure that it matches what your data says. So there's perceived need and the actual need, and sometimes we think we need something, but then as you unpack that data, that's not really what you need. And so, so it's going to be some very deep professional learning around that. And we're encouraging, leveraging the external partners. I mean, when we started in August with this school improvement series, we brought in that partnership between Danville and the University of Virginia, and how they work through their leadership to inform the systemic improvement. You heard earlier from Hopkins, from a different national expert series. And so bringing in some of these national experts to support school improvement, and they can leverage these funds to do that. So we will encourage that. And then with monitoring, this will not be a check-the-box monitoring. We're not going through classrooms with clipboards. That is not what we're doing with the monitoring process. Now, we will be in classrooms. We do want to see teaching and learning in action, but we want to ensure that there is clear outcomes, that there is movement happening. We should not wait until the state assessment data and then be surprised at the outcomes. And so when we are crafting the needs assessment and the plan, there needs to be clear benchmarks, and that's what we're coming out to see. How are you measuring your progress? And did you meet that benchmark? If not, why not? And we're going to be looking at those benchmarks to see, are they right sized? We don't want it too low. We also don't want it so high that a student can't, that it's not practical for your school. So we're doing all of that, you know, and that'll be supported, coordinated through Dr. Ballard's team. And so the next step, so when you go to slide 13, I am excited that we are able to dig into this ESSA plan because that's just going to allow us to expand options for school improvement. And I'm also excited about about our EdFlex application, because not only will this allow us to expand the window upon, you know, how long you can expend these grant funds, but it also just gives so much more flexibility to school divisions with how they use the funds, and not just school improvement grant funds, but Title I funds. And so we are very excited about this upcoming submission of the application and this process to revise the ESSA plan. So with that, I will open the floor up to questions.
Question.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time the other day as well. I appreciate all the great work that's gone into this. Just on slide 11 with, excuse me, the breakdown of the grants, could you maybe just give me a little bit of an illustration on you know, how this is actually going to impact a district or a school, and then also what is going to be the process on some of the evaluation or understanding, bringing some of the lessons learned from this, and how those might be helpful in serving others along the way.
Yes, so I'll give you a breakdown. So the schools are identified based off of the indicators in that school performance framework. So let's say math performance, that's a problem, especially at the middle school level. And so when we look at their plan and the needs assessment, math needs to be on there. And not just any math, but middle school math, and then even the math before that, to make sure that your students are building up. And then topped on that, we're going to look at what curriculum are you using? Because we know that even if, I mean, the shortage of math teachers is not going to be fixed next school year. This is a longer term process. And so we know that if you're using that high quality standards aligned curriculum, you increase the likelihood of students achieving. And so we want to see what curriculum are you using and is it aligned to the standards? We want to see what are the professional learning experiences that you're doing. How many provisionally licensed teachers do you have in math? And how can we support them in getting full credentials? Do you need math coaches or some of the math coaches? And how can we partner? So like, I'm really excited of this idea of kind of regionalizing certain things where we can learn from across the region, because middle school math is a challenge right now in a lot of our divisions, just looking at the data. And we're also looking at the SOL data and those outcomes and what are those concepts that students are having difficulty with. And I'm so excited, our math team, they are putting out the just-in-time quick checks for teachers right now. And we're getting a lot of great feedback about that. And what it is, it allows a teacher to use this document to quickly assess if there's a learning gap and then the strategies to address that gap. And so we're going to make sure that all those resources are available. And then we want to see what are the external partners that you're using and what experience do those external partners have in improving math performance. We know that, for instance, Zern, we've been looking at data from that, and we've seen that that tutoring program has some improvements. They help students improve in math. And so are you using high quality vendors that actually have outcomes that connect to your students' context? So that's, we're setting that foundation with the planning. And then when Dr. Ballard's team, and he's taking other people from the department out into those schools, we want to make sure, we're first going to look at the benchmark data. Baseline was here. You said by Q1, the kids will be here. So let's see where they are. And if they're not there, why not? We want to look in the classrooms and see how is the curriculum and instruction going. We want to talk to students. We want to talk to teachers. We want to hear from the people on the ground. Is this plan being actualized, or is this a plan that's sitting on the shelf? And so it takes those foundational elements. They have to be strong, because then you can execute and hold people accountable when those foundational elements are strong. So that's where we are right now. So we are excited to get the accountability results out there and to kick off all of this, because Dr. Ballard's team is ready. We've been interviewing and hiring and bringing people on board, but that's what it would look like. And then they would have to fill out the application. They would receive the school improvement grant funds, and then there's a fiscal monitoring piece, and this is where we collaborate with budget to make sure you're spending down. We don't want millions and millions of dollars returned to us. That is something that we just have to stop in Virginia. And so we're going to make sure, are you spending down? If you're not, why? What's happening? And partly we have to make sure that our timing of releasing applications and funding is also on time, because sometimes it's us, sometimes it's them. So so that's what it looks like in a snapshot.
Other questions, Dr. Northern?
Just two quick ones. Since the school divisions who are in the, I think you said in need support category, will be the only ones eligible for the grants, is that correct?
Well, no, so for the school improvement grant, so they would be the only ones eligible for that grant. But Direct Student Services grant is open to all school divisions, but it prioritizes schools. So when we have the rubric, there's extra weighting given to schools in that needs intensive support category.
Okay.
And we've been doing that with a lot of the grants that we put out, because we recognize schools in that needs intensive support category, they need a little bit more. So we put a little bit of extra weighting in the grants for them.
Okay. And just to note that sometimes they need help with the grant writing too, right?
Yes.
Because sometimes if you don't have the capacity to write a good grant, frankly. So just to make us aware of that, and maybe sometimes they're not even applying for the grants and they're the ones most in need. So just making sure that they're aware of these opportunities and encouraged and helped and supported in submitting those grants. And the other thing is, just on the substance side, I've been encouraged, it's not necessarily the curriculum piece, it's the pedagogical piece, right, where we're seeing kids just disengaged in classrooms. I would just encourage us, this Teach Like a Champion book by Doug Lemov has been used just in a lot of places in a lot of different contexts to just learn how to engage kids better. He's just got some very like concrete strategies, like how to do a cold call for kids, you know, like that just can, again, it doesn't matter if you're in a math, a science, English, doesn't matter if you're using a high quality curriculum or not. It's just giving you some really good tools to make sure that kids are engaged in classrooms. And teachers, the ones that I've interacted with who've used some of these strategies have been really grateful for them and really thought that they were impactful. And there's free videos and books and resources on that website. Obviously, I'd love to see us get some of those books out to teachers who are interested, but there are plenty of free resources on that site, and I think it would be a good resource to add to your list of resources.
Thank you for that. And your point about grant writing, we heard that from our listening sessions. And so we want to also just think differently. While we have people at the department who provides that technical assistance to help guide them, we're wondering, could there be a different approach? Does it have to be one person in central office responsible for it? There are teachers who want to build their skill set in grant writing. There are principals. There's other people even in the community that may want to build their skill set. So we're just starting to look at some innovative ways to think outside of the box when it comes to grant writing, and that we can train those people and build their skill set, because if you know how to write grants, you know how to get money. So that's a great skill set to have.
Other comments here? Mr. Monk?
Thank you. And you kind of dovetailing into what I'm thinking about here. Notice the funds available, right? But we also know that based upon previous presentations and information, the amount of dollars in education in Virginia as an all-time high, and so excited about that. But as part of your listening sessions and kind of the work, boots on the ground, what flexibility, and I know some federal can't do that, but from a state level, what flexibility are we looking at for maybe grant dollars or grants that have already been out there but maybe aren't working? They're not having the intended impact, and can we utilize those for that local division to kind of, as these groups are going in, especially for these ones that need more support, repurposing those dollars to help that local district?
Definitely, and this is where that EdFlex waiver comes in. It'll help us with some of those federal grants and those restrictions. You can't do this, you can't do that. So that waiver will help to release a lot of those restrictions and give us that flexibility. And then at the state level, well, number one, you need the people at the state who can help and monitor. And so I'm just excited about the people that we're bringing on and the capacity that we're building. And then also, you know, I hear from divisions sometimes it's just you're asking for too much. It can be a lot to feel, and you feel like, well, if the state already has this data, why are you asking me again for it when you're the one who identified me? Now I have to take this and put it back in an application. So little things like that can just kind of minimize the redundancy of information. If we have the information, we shouldn't ask the school division for it because we already have it. So it's little things like that, I think, that can go a long way in making people want to apply when they can just focus on the core content and not like repeating things that we already have at the state.
And it sounds like that will be a perfect kind of interlay with some of the grant, the actual grant system that we talked about last month as well, to make sure that our academic side is connecting with the operations side and talking to each other. So excited about that. Thanks for the work there.
Superintendent Gullickson.
Yes, thank you, President Creasy and Member Monk. We have been digging into every single state grant opportunity and really making sure, what does it actually say? Because in some cases, our application or requirements were really narrow and could be wider with additional guardrails for division and principal leaders to really stretch those dollars to work better on what their data was telling them. And so have been going through every single grant across the whole agency. So I'm excited about the momentum, and we're continuing to take feedback on areas we can continue to simplify, but stay really focused on that systems change and is it moving the needle for students. I also want to recognize Dr. Ballard and his team. From the first month of my arrival, they said, hey, we could be doing this a little bit differently and much better for students. And so a few of these proposals seem like really small changes, but the concept that the agency would now pursue this EdFlex to allow for a multi-year improvement grant, I need to pause so that you can appreciate that. Historically, the agency has done essentially 9-month cycles where you don't even have a full school year to implement. You're quickly turning around, reporting data, applying for the new grant cycle. And that was one of the biggest points flagged for me early on in taking the helm at the agency by Dr. Ballard and his colleagues, as well as the field, of it's almost too difficult, given windows and time and turnaround, for us to really maximize those dollars. And so one of the things we're really excited about, as you saw on slide 13, is that under this EdFlex pursuit that we're looking at, we can work in partnership with the federal agency where we can actually stretch some of these subgrants. So we could look at a 3-year grant cycle, for example, with an extra opt-in year, because it's a maximum of 4 years. And when you think about transformational change, systems change, really being able to see impact like we did with Danville a few months ago, that is really exciting to make sure these dollars, every dollar, is really working for students. The other part I want to emphasize that was flagged for me was the approach to these needs assessment and analysis on being grounded at data. I think there was good intention on the approach from before, but it really was a bit more of the one size fits all. And as we know, these identifications on the federal level and our needs intensive support have unique nuances for their own schools or communities. And so the team really helped champion this has to be a shift in how the agency partners and comes alongside. And again, appreciation for some of the prior conversations from our deputy superintendent on, you know, the weight of this work cannot just fall on Dr. Ballard and his team. They're at this helm, but that we need these subject matter experts from the agency. Great partnership and momentum from Deputy Superintendent Stacy Longus and others on really bridging finance and ops alongside divisions so that we can really maximize efficiency and effectiveness for students. And so I know these appear like quick bullets, but this is really substantive change grounded in what's best for students and the transformation we're hoping to see in partnership with the board. And so thank you to both of you for your leadership on this. It's no small feat, so I'm excited about the next steps.
Other comments, Mr. Monk?
I just want to, and thank you, Superintendent Gullickson, for sharing that as well. And just want to highlight, I think a lot of times we throw out these numbers, 24 million that can help. And when you're a classroom teacher, you're thinking, oh, well, that's somebody else will do that. That's the grant writer. And well, we don't have one in our district. And so that's going to go to some other district. And, you know, you feel very isolated. And so the work that you're talking about of connecting the academic and the operations side is really going to be powerful for all districts, but I think especially those that are maybe smaller and more rural, to be able to kind of see where those congruencies are lying and have access to dollars that are directly impacting students, but also hopefully freeing up time from those who are at the district level to really focus on what the implementation looks like of that grant, as opposed to the minutia of the forms and the check boxes and all of those type of things. So just yeoman's work, and appreciate all that's done in the agency on that end. I think that's a breath of fresh air for local school districts.
Anybody else? So before you guys finish, I always want to let everybody else go before me unless I get too excited. But one of the things that I'd really like for us to try to weave in somewhere, maybe within the grant system or how we are monitoring through the MOU process, I don't want to leave out the critical component of communication with parents. So while we are focused very specifically on ensuring what's happening inside of the school building is being supported very deeply, we cannot ignore the fact that student outcomes are directly related to how they are being supported at home as well. So that collaboration between home and school, we really need to come up with a strong component there on how, not only are we supporting schools, but we're also supporting families to support the whole community. So I'd really like for us to think about how we can do that differently, because I do think that gets us to that deeper level that we want to achieve. So that's the first piece. The second piece is, Dr. Ballard, you may be better at providing us with this information just from your work closely with the MOU divisions, but if there's a means by which the board can get some sort of historical presentation on those school divisions that currently sit in MOU status. We do have a number of new board members that may have never seen that particular presentation to date. And I do believe it's an important one to have. I'd like for those divisions that are currently in status to be highlighted in such a way that we talk about the length of time they have been in status, but also the historical status. So we have a number of those MOU divisions that may have come out of that status for one reason or another at particular time periods and have come back into status with an MOU at other time periods. So just that historical perspective on those divisions would be very helpful. I think particularly as we get this new data that's coming out that's going to support you and your work, the department's work, and also the work of the divisions moving themselves forward and what they need to accomplish in order to get themselves in better positions. I do think it's just kind of important for us to all be kind of on the same page and, at baseline so that we know where forward is. And I know some of those things are going to change perhaps as the new data comes out, but I do think it's important to kind of show those shifts for the perspective that the board needs in making further decisions. Anything else here? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And Dr. Ballard has all the history. Every time I
Yes.
talk to him, it's a history
Yes.
lesson.
Yes.
And then we get into it. So I love it. He has
I
it.
know, a wealth of knowledge. Yes. So he can probably do that
month,
like
I
off
know.
the cuff.
Off the top
but
of his head, yeah. On deck for next month, sir.
perfect. That would be wonderful. We always love seeing Dr. Ballard.
Yeah.
Okay, roadshow recap. Is that you again?
I'm still here. Yes.
Good.
Do you need water?
Nope, I am okay. This is all great stuff, and it is all connected. And at the last board meeting, so this road show, we were very excited about this road show. We know that the board has taken some strong actions and some very needed actions to raise expectations through your approval of standards. And, we've redesigned the assessments to make sure that the test items are aligned to these standards. And in September, you approved the revised cut scores. And on slide 3, you'll see the revised cut scores. And we know that these scores are good for Virginia students because when you raise that expectation, we know that number one, Virginia teachers, Virginia students, they rise up to that expectation. They are prepared, they have the skill set. We know that right now, and it seems like there's a lot happening, but we believe in our teachers and our principals, and we know that they can do this to prepare our students for future opportunities, not just in Virginia, but across the nation. And it also, these higher expectations, it really gives the families clearer insight in a more accurate picture of where their kid stands and how they can better support their kids through the schools and additional supports that will be provided. And ultimately, we want that the excellence in our public schools. We want to continue that. Virginia has always been a top-performing state, and we just want to make sure that that we don't lose any ground. And then raising these expectations, it's good for Virginia. I mean, we are aligning to national benchmarks. You heard the superintendent talk about how states are backing out. They're lowering the bar while Virginia is moving forward. And then it just makes sure that our state stays competitive. We want the stronger workforce. We want that talent pipeline. And we want to be able to compete economically with other states and countries. And we are very clear that these increased expectations require strong and strategic support and implementation. So at that September board meeting, we shared some recommendations with you regarding the implementation of these cut scores. We provided recommendations around high school seniors, so those graduating in the class of 2026, to maintain that 400 proficient cut scores. We talked about a multi-year implementation approach, adding this new approaching performance level, revising score reports for parents, and providing some targeted professional learning. We did not want to propose anything for approval until we heard from our stakeholders, the people who were it was going to impact the most. So immediately after that board meeting, I was in the hallway scheduling meetings to kick off this road show. And when you look on the next slide, what you'll see is that we hosted 17 listening sessions. And you'll see all the dates listed, and some dates we doubled up. We were there in the afternoon and the evening. And you'll see all the different stakeholder groups that we met with. We started with superintendents and division leaders. We met with elementary school principals, secondary school principals, teachers, parents, school board members. We met with representatives from different student groups, so we had a good representation from students with disabilities, and we really listened. We dispelled some myths, because there were a lot of questions, and there were some things like, okay, let's get that accurate. And then we really listened to what supports they wanted. We listened to their concerns regarding timeline and implementation, and we also listened to their support. It was clear they're not afraid of the higher expectations. They just want the time and support to get there. So it was over 1,000 participants during our virtual sessions, and then we had online forums, and we had over 1,500 Virginians complete that online forum and share their feedback. And this represented teachers, parents, community members, school division leaders, and students. And I'm going to share a high-level overview of some overarching themes. And the first set of overarching themes, I'm on slide 9, focus on the implementation, on the time frame. And overwhelmingly, this idea of use this year as a preparation year. They were very concerned if we had 2 different cut scores, one in the fall and then the higher one in the spring, what that would do to kids who are testing in the fall, and then the next group of kids who are testing in the spring. And school divisions, they really want time and additional resources to prepare. So they want to take this year to prepare with some strategic support from us. It's not just them. We want to provide some additional support to prepare the school divisions. Overwhelmingly, we heard implement a 5-year phased-in model. Some participants wanted longer. And we heard from our TAC, from the recommendations is, to keep it short, and our divisions are saying, make it go long. And so we're trying to find that sweet spot. We also talked about the approaching performance level. We wanted to ensure that adding this performance level was something that the field wanted, and overwhelmingly, yes, they want the approaching performance level. They want the approaching performance level to count as passing, and they want the approaching performance level to count as proficient in the accountability system during this phased-in period. On slide 10, you'll see just some quotes that we've pulled from the surveys and from some of the chats that were written in our virtual feedback. And a lot of it was around the time. Having a longer model, the 5-year model, you can see that they're in support of the recommendation, but they just don't want the change to happen this school year. Having this, what some people were calling the 0 year. On slide 11, when we asked the participants, well, what support do you want from the state? We heard they want guidance on some of the policy around verified credit, retakes, automatic enrollment in advanced math. We want to take the rest of this year to make sure that we have that guidance nice and solid for them. We heard from principals that they want information shared directly with them, that they don't always get the information that we share at the division level, and they recognize that some of this information can help them. And so we are planning to partner even closer with our principal organizations to make sure that we're getting materials in the hands of principals so that they can make informed decisions and that they are aware of what's happening, what resources are available. We want to make sure that we are strengthening that communication with principals. That came up loud and clear during the listening sessions. Tutoring was another big thing, to have more tutoring resources and more interventions. You know, I think All In kicked off a really great thing in the state, and nobody wants it to stop. And so having the continuing that tutoring and just expanding it across more grade levels and targeting it, having some targeted tutoring for our students with disabilities and students who are performing at a lower level. And then communication, that was another big piece that we heard. They want some of our leaders, so like we just need some clear communication that we can easily share with parents that gives us the snapshot of why did we raise cut scores, what supports are available, why is this good for their kids, why is this good for Virginia. And so they want that communication support. They want to be clear on the supports for students and the implementation timeline, and those instructional resources aligned to standards and to the test items, because we know to perform well on a test, yes, you need to know the standards, but then also you need to understand the structure of the test and what it will take, what type of questions you need to be able to answer to get to that proficiency level. So all of those little things, they're like, we want that, and we want that right now. And then overwhelmingly what we heard was support for students with disabilities. That came across loud and clear. We heard from parents, we heard from teachers, even in our surveys we heard it. And so we have our deputy here who's going to talk about support for students with disabilities, and I will turn it over.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, one, how appreciative the department is on the overwhelming participation of families and parents of students with disabilities and educators and administrators from across the Commonwealth. We know that our SPED folks are always mobilized, so I'm just really grateful for all the opportunity that the Deputy Superintendent and particularly Mr. Jennings provided for us to participate in the listening sessions. And I 100% echo the information that was shared today. I think what we hear from folks is that they are 100% behind the board's mission and vision around expectations for students. And I had so many folks talk about the improvements they've seen with the implementation of the Virginia Literacy Act and work the department has done thus far. But we did hear very clearly that while they are excited, they need time. And they want time to receive information and support from the department that we are very focused on providing. And so that phased-in approach will give time not only for the agency but for school divisions in order for us to broadly disseminate guidance and information to help articulate and further identify alternative ways to demonstrate students with disabilities growth and performance over time and to help support those individualized pathways for learning. We know that school divisions have the ability to make this work for students with disabilities, and our role is to support them in doing that. And most importantly, we need to conduct outreach to ensure that school division staff and families fully understand our guidance and can support their students along the pathway to graduation. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. I know the board has also received a lot of feedback from the field, and so I'll remain on stage as the deputy finishes her presentation as well in case there are any specific questions.
Thank you. Now, what I am really excited about and what the team has been working hard on are revised reports for, it'll be for parents, for divisions, for schools. We have been working very, very closely with our assessment partners. And on slide 13, what you see is the current student performance report. This is what parents receive. And it provides an overview. It's very clear of how your child did, what performance level they scored in, and then there's a page 2 that gives information about the reporting category and how your child performed in that performance category, and then how you can support your child's learning. So this was a great first step. And with these new cut scores, I'm like, we have the opportunity to really take this to a whole other level. And so it has been great working with Mr. Ellis and his team and Mr. Jennings and his team, and hearing from the listening sessions about the type of how they want things communicated. And so in spring of 2026, you will see new student reports. For what will be for that administration of that spring 2026 assessment. And what these reports, they're going to provide a clearer and more supportive picture of student performance. So what you're going to see is both how the student performed under this current cut score of 400, and then where they're expected to, and then how with that same score, where they would perform with the revised cut score. So this will give parents that clear picture even before the cut scores are implemented. This is how your child is performing under the current. This is where they would be under the revised cut scores. There'll be some very clear parent-friendly language, and we're going to get very clear about what are the questions, what are the items that the students did well on, and where did they experience challenge. So when you go to slide 15, you'll see our initial mock-up. And we are going to take this around and get some additional feedback. We're looking forward to going to the superintendent's conference and taking this with us to get their feedback on some of this. But what you'll see are these gauges, and you'll see 2 gauges, and it'll highlight, so the bars are grayed out, the gauge is grayed out except for where your child performed. And you'll see on one side is the performance under the current cut score, and then on the second gauge is the performance under the revised cut score. And then right beneath that, these are the overarching categories that the student was tested on and how they performed. And you'll see where the child will need additional support or where they demonstrated a strong understanding. And then when you go to page 2, you'll get that detailed breakdown of where they needed support, where they met the learning goal, and where they really excelled. And so you'll be able to see very clearly if the test item was a hard, medium, or low test item, or high, medium, or low test item. And then there'll be some more resources to support that parents can access on this page. And so we are very excited about these revised parent reports, and like I said, we're getting more feedback, and we're going to work with our assessment partners to get this right, so that the next iteration of reporting, you'll see it in a very different way. And so our next steps, we recognize we didn't hear from all parents. We didn't hear from, there's still more principals we want to talk with. And so we're going to keep this roadshow going. So we're going to hold additional listening sessions, and we're going to keep the feedback forms open until November 6th at noon. And so stay tuned. We want to make sure that we are hearing and we're honoring the voices from the field. And we're going to host some more support sessions for principals. We heard them loud and clear, and we're going to make this a continuing thing. We don't just want to come to them when we need their feedback. We want to make this an ongoing thing with our leaders across the state. And then we're going to continue preparing support for divisions. So, for instance, we know that Mr. Ellis' team, they're working on the performance level descriptors and test items that can be released and item mapping. We have the instruction team. I mentioned the just-in-time math quick checks. They're doing some small virtual learning sessions where teachers can log on to these self-paced modules to see some effective literacy instruction and learn some things around just some foundational reading skills. And we're going to release and start going out into the field a lot more. And so we are very excited about just this next steps. And we are going to finalize revisions to the assessment reports in preparation for spring 2026. So with that, we'll open the floor up to questions.
Hi, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm excited to hear that we're being cautious and picking this right and doing this timeline right. I've said in previous meetings the impact is the other discussion, right? Setting the scores, and we've done that. We've done the job, and we all believed in that unanimously. but impact. And now we're here, right? Now we're at that impact discussion. And obviously I've heard a lot from my colleagues in the field of special education and what this means to them. And this may not be a question. It may just be more consideration for you all as you're collecting data for November. But and maybe it's time too for the board to hear one of my favorite educational quotes of all time. It's Charles Schwab. He said this in a Fortune 500 magazine. He's a financial guru. He says the A students work for the B students. The C students are the CEOs, but the D students own all the buildings. And one thing I love about revolutionizing all this is we're kind of countering that what's broken in education, right? I mean, I think this is really trying to address that. And there's so many I try to tell folks when I talk to them, there's so many key components of this change that's geared for students with special needs, like these parental reports. I think it's my favorite part of the whole process, for parents to have insight in how their students are performing on these assessments. And assessments that they may have to take for entrance exams into colleges and other things. It kind of informs them in that way. But one thing I do want us to consider is, one of those answers to Charles Schwab challenge of the A students and the D students is differentiated instruction, right? Those of us in the field, actually, a lot of us should know about differentiated instruction because it's not just rooted in special ed anymore. Its roots are in gifted ed, ironically, but special ed is notorious for it. But when you do differentiated instruction, you also do differentiated assessment. And so I know we already have some things in place already in Virginia, but as we're considering these scores and what it means to, I think it's great for the schools and the teachers to have that level of accountability. But yeah, when you're in special ed, and I know Dr. Hollins can appreciate this, we get to think about Johnny, right? Like we have a name that goes with the score. And so just making sure we're being mindful of the type of accommodations, differentiation that we can also do with this type of assessment. And maybe there is something in that you can speak to, or it's just for consideration, but definitely hearing from our colleagues, parents, as I'm sure you are as well, so.
Absolutely, and we're so appreciative of those remarks as well. I think what I appreciate most about the board's approach to this work is not only the consistency in the goal, but the flexibility to think about the impact component. And I spent my day yesterday with 101 out of 131 of our school divisions and 600 plus special education teachers, general education teachers, and building level administrators doing exactly what Member Ackerman just talked about, and that is helping to support them in the building blocks for success for students with disabilities, getting them the professional development and the technical assistance and support they need so they can go back and lead their buildings focused on that work. And the more time we have to do that, the more time we have to assure our school divisions of what they're capable of and support them appropriately, the better it will be for our students and families.
Other comments? Dr. Northern?
I've got one for, I guess, you, and then one for Tiara. I'm wondering on the IEPs for the students with disabilities, and I know we're redoing that and trying to make that consistent, but will those IEPs be tied to these X's where they need additional supports? Like, can we make the connection between the IEP and where we know students with disabilities are struggling?
Absolutely, Dr. Northam. I mean, I think you just spoke to the fact the whole purpose behind an IEP is to be an individualized plan for a student. And as Dr. Ackerman just commented, there are so many things to think about in providing a high quality instruction for our students with disabilities. But that IEP should be focused on specially designed instruction to address the impact area of a student's disability on their educational performance. And so you heard Dr. Ballard talk eloquently about ensuring the high quality Tier 1 instruction for all of our students. That is only going to contribute to enhanced outcomes for students with disabilities. It's our role in special education to bridge the gaps there with things like specially designed instruction to make sure that those our students are found eligible, right? We talked a little bit about earlier today, President Creasy's remarks on identification and evaluation and eligibility. We need to know who our kids are and how their disability impacts them. We need to build a plan and a blueprint to help them be successful. That's the IEP. And then we need to make sure that that work is being done in our classroom and alongside their general education peers, because we know that inclusive environments impact academic performance for students. So absolutely, that's a huge part of what we're focused on in our professional development from the department.
Okay, I guess my question is really more on the infrastructure like, will the IEP format that we're building, will it be able to actually pull from the data that's, where they have these needs additional support areas? I mean, will those two, to your knowledge, will those infrastructures be able to talk to each other, the IEP infrastructure and the school report card infrastructure to sort of, pull from one for the other in terms of how these, where the kids specifically need help?
The way that we have built Virginia IEP, it is talking to a student information system at the division and school-based level to share that information data across platforms. And you might remember previously the updates on the new state funding that was allocated to support Virginia IEP also funded increased progress monitoring for students on an
okay.
individualized and holistic level. So absolutely.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, a great question. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention too. Go ahead.
Tiara. I'm just wondering, and this is like a huge step forward on the, on the student report card. I'm just excited about what I'm seeing with AI already being able to leverage very specific student supports and direction to parents. And I don't know, I think you're working with, what's it, Waypoint Learners. I don't know whether they have and done this in other states yet, but where you can literally say, dear, and then it fills in the guardian's name, and then it fills in your child. It's like a paragraph, literally, that like talks to them, instead of like a chart or whatever. And it'll say, because your student doesn't, do this, and it's all written in parent-friendly language, here's a resource that other parents have used, click here. Like, it's really like, I've seen it like a narrative that occurs at the, at the bottom, that's just like a letter to them, like a word, and it used their names, it used their kids' names. And anyway, it just has a more of a personalized element to it. And I really think that some states are just starting to see how AI can be used to customize a parental communication in a way that feels more personalized, than other ways that we've done it in the past.
We were actually talking about that. So that did come up in our discussions with our assessment vendor and what are their capabilities on doing that. And we are excited that we will be starting the Innovative Assessment Group. And we're going to definitely bring that to the table because there's a ton of things you can do now with reporting and how can we leverage that, even down to there's some states where you could get the data very quickly data can come very quickly to our school divisions, and at the state we have to do a little bit more, but how can you take that data and then immediately inform instruction? So there's a lot happening now with assessments that we are so excited about, that innovative assessment work group that we're about to launch to get those ideas going.
Anything else? Mr. Monk?
Just quickly, appreciate the new report card for parents. Think that's just an integral part of all of this and the communication to them. One thing, we just encourage the framing around, and I see some language here, but maybe revisit what future expectations means, because I think now with, unfortunately, the politicization of education, it's all, raising the bar and all of those things. But I think just grounding that in reality of where, why that happened. I know we've only got a small paragraph, but I don't want folks to say, oh, that's this entity or this group or this fraction that is saying that, but this is really a level set of where our learners are and where we know that they can be. And I think that just that messaging is so important, especially on this report card piece.
Definitely. We're going to be working with our partners at Waypoint for that. So, yes, we will get that language right for parents.
So, I mean, you guys have heard me harp on this time and time again with all of these things. But speaking of the report, what's the plan for supporting schools and teachers and how they communicate with parents? Because we've talked about, all our different measurement tools, our growth measurements, and our SOL results, and how are we going to be using these tools so that it's literally not just a piece of paper that goes home in the folder at the end of the school year, but that teachers are really equipped with how to sit down with parents and talk these things out, or to be, to have that open time to be able to say, parents, please come in, or let's do a Zoom, or whatever it is, to be able to communicate effectively on how do we move the needle. Maybe we're not where we should be this year, but let's talk about how we get there for next year. Because I do think it opens up a totally different line of communication with parents and families and the school to be able to do that. And so, as we continue to talk about how we've got this well-rounded means by which we improve student outcomes that's inclusive of families, I just want to make sure that we're reiterating that piece too.
Definitely. And so this is where that training, well, first we need to make sure we've built the capacity of the teachers to know how to read these reports, how to use them, and then the different test items and those performance level descriptors. What do they mean? How do you use them in instruction? We want to make sure they have strong capacity around that, because then that'll totally shift how they're talking to parents, because they have that deeper understanding. And with the raised cut scores and students answering and responding to more rigorous questions, we have to make sure the teachers understand, what do these questions look like? What type of skills are they addressing? You heard from the presentation earlier from Dr. Perry around like the complexity of the item and the difficulty level and the cognitive load. We have to break all of that down for these test items and ensure that our teachers understand, so that then they can, when they're talking with the parent, they can communicate that in a way that's very clear. But if our teachers aren't sure and they're not really, then it's not, that communication won't be effective. So that is what we're spending the time for this preparation year doing.
And then finally, just another question on really the report and the specifics of the distribution. How is that happening? Is it going to be, well, first, how are the reports, how are they created, number one? Are they coming out of the test system? This might be for Jason. The test system itself, individually per student, and then are they being electronically delivered to parents? Are they being delivered in paper form? How are we ensuring that parents who may not have the ability for one reason or the other to receive it in electronic form are actually getting it? Just want to make sure that we have all of those bases covered for those who are in the public watching us have this conversation now.
Yeah, so I'll turn it over to Ms. Ellis, who's going to go into detail with that and even talk about the turnaround, how quickly parents can receive these reports.
Good morning, everyone. Good to have the opportunity to speak to you again. In regards to reporting from our standards of learning and even the VAP assessments as well, reporting is often available within about 24 hours after the student has completed the test, and that's assuming that a test is not in alerted status, that there's not something that has to be cleared up or accommodation coded before it can be reported. So Virginia is pretty strong at getting the information from the assessment back to schools and divisions. It's been policy for as long as I can remember that school divisions can create their local policy and how they disseminate that information to parents. We have some school divisions that will roll it out very quickly. We have some divisions, school divisions that will hold that information and send it out with the next report card or send it out at the end of the school year, depending on when they were testing. So I don't know that that there's one answer to your question. I think there's many answers to your questions because we have allowed divisions for years to create their policy for how they provide the information to parents. The reports themselves are available in several different ways. Divisions could print them themselves if they wanted to incur that cost. We do have, as part of our contract with our assessment vendor, school divisions are able to request printed reports. Once the test administration is over, they finalize their data, and then they are able to say, we would like this series of reports. There's many they can choose from. The parent report is one of those. So our vendor would print the reports, send them to them, and then they can disseminate them however they would choose to. One of the things that we also would need to consider is we allow school divisions, it's been our practice previously, is school divisions aren't required to use our reports. They're required to provide that information to families. So we do have some divisions that take the information that we provide and then they have their own data systems and such that they use, and they will create their own reporting that will then go to families. So we, like I said, there's no one answer to all of those questions, but because we've allowed divisions flexibility.
May I?
Dr. Ackerman?
So follow up on that. I have the luxury of working with about 100 different school systems, and I can verify what you're saying is they all come to us very differently. And also to address Dr. Northern's comment around the IEP, the Virginia IEP will be a huge solution for getting that disseminated quicker to parents and other partners to the school divisions, like who I'm familiar with. So I think that would be a solution for some continuity among how all the different counties and cities are doing it. But it's fascinating, as I'm sure people who work with multiple communities know, the different ways they get that information on the assessments out to people, and whether it's timely or not, to be honest. So I do think the Virginia IEP but that will only then address the students with disabilities, and other parents, I think, still get them at varying times in current practice.
So that kind of leads me to a thought, but I'll let Dr. Northern go first.
This may be Tiara again. As I'm studying this, couple things. One, what some states do is they also put the course grades on here, because we've been talking a lot about the quote honesty gap, and what happens is the test scores and the course grades, often look very different. And so some states are including the course grades and saying, here's why you might see some differences, or, here's why they don't align, or here's why you would expect them to or not to align. And I get like this could become a report card book, and so I understand we want to keep it. But I'm looking at Ed Navigator. They do a lot of good, they look at report cards all across the country. And they make that point that sometimes it's very powerful to include the course grades. And think about when we were in school, that's what this was, right? It was your course grades that your parents had to sign. So I do think we ought to have that discussion and as you go around and see what folks think about putting that in addition to the test scores, because I think it's an important piece. And the other piece is absences. I don't see a place on here where we have absences. And that's another piece that would tie into, our push on absenteeism. That, we need to kind of wave the flag here for that.
Thank you for those suggestions. We'll definitely take that back for consideration.
So, that's gonna, that's, maybe we need some more information from Mr. Ellis on whether or not we're capable of determining what school divisions are actually using the reports that DOE is providing versus their own reports. Is it something that the board can say, these reports are what you need to use? Or is it something that the board can say, this is the timing in which you deliver those reports outside of extenuating circumstances? I would imagine that's probably within the purview of the board, but I don't know that to be certain.
May I? I'm sorry.
Please, Dr.
Just because
Ackerman.
of my experience with it, I think it depends on the resources that the school division has to do those things, and then how we resource them to be able to do it. So if the DOE and the board provides the resource and form that makes it automated or simple, or the use of AI, or the way the systems speak, I think that could be something we could consider. But, when you have those smaller systems who the one person, your superintendent's also your testing coordinator. I think that's where we have seen we are slower to get a response on students' progress. So,
I was
Ms.
just gonna agree
Kilgore?
with you. I was sitting here the whole time he was speaking, sharing that, and I was thinking, does it have to be that way? Can we not have, I don't know, not necessarily require it to be a certain time, but at least a window of time? Because I just don't think it's, I think it's crucial, yes. I think it's
an effective data.
right.
And I know we'll get to this later in the day, but talking about board's priorities and a student information system, and so I don't know the legality of what is within the board's purview, but I think that if we were to look at a student information system, at minimum, we might be able to provide that information to a parent directly in that way. So food for thought there, but kind of I agree, if we're doing all this work and the information isn't shared directly or timely, then, causes some challenges.
Sorry,
No, not at all. I mean,
Perhaps it's been a point of consternation for you as well.
we receive calls every year. And so I'll refer to this anecdotally. So we receive calls every year from families asking for their SOL reports. Our office's policy has always been that the owner of that data is the local school division. So we refer that parent back to their local school division. There's no way we could verify that we're actually talking to
Correct. Yeah,
Johnny's mom
understood.
or dad. So we leave that as a responsibility for the local school division. With that said, sometimes we're receiving those calls in August or September when testing happened the previous spring. So anecdotally, I can tell you that there are some places or some people that aren't getting their assessment results until many days or many weeks or many months after the actual assessment was taken. So from an effectiveness perspective, if I'm a parent, I'm highly engaged in my child's education, I lose a summer's worth of time where I could possibly be getting them support in areas where they're struggling. So yes, this conversation is something that we have talked about many times. How do we get the reports into parents' hands more quickly? To speak to a point that was brought up earlier, we have utilized what I think are some innovative things with our the parent portal that we have. It's optional for divisions to use, but we do have a personalized video that lives in that parent portal that basically takes what you see as page 2 on that parent report, and it explains to them how to utilize that information. It's a short video because no one's going to watch a 20-minute video on how to use it. So it's really just kind of a highlight about a process that they can use. But it is personalized to their student. I mean, it calls their student by name. It gives them information about the report that they're looking at with some real examples. So we have stepped out on that ledge a little bit to provide some more innovative things. Consternation, yes. And does the board have the ability to say something needs to come out this many weeks, this many days after the assessment's been provided? I don't know. Would it be helpful? It may be helpful to some divisions or some families that are in divisions where maybe the report doesn't come out as quickly. We would have to survey our divisions to find out what their individual policies are for when they provide reports to families in order to kind of give you some more feedback or some more information. We could certainly do that. And at the direction of the board.
Do we have any idea how many divisions are actually using the parent portal? And how are we communicating it? I mean, are we considering leadership turnovers and all kinds of things like that? How regularly are we communicating this option?
So we have trained divisions typically in the fall the last several years about the parent portal, its availability. I would say, very generically speaking, it's a small percentage of school divisions that are using the parent portal. We have some school divisions that use it a lot. It's their means for getting information out. They utilize it in part because then they don't have to print the reports. They can use that portal as their means for getting the information to families. The good part about the portal is information is updated in the portal every Friday. And so typically, if a student completes a test in, let's say, week A, at the end of week B, those results will be in the portal. We need a little bit of time to set everything up and push it out. Again, all that's through our current assessment contractor. But, it certainly is, I see it as a valuable tool. I understand from a division perspective, many of them already have their own education portals that parents are familiar with and have access to, and this is something different that they would have to access. From a division perspective, there's a claim code that has to be provided.
You're
Me and this
fine.
Mike don't get along.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's a claim code that has to be provided to families every test administration, which in Virginia, that's a fall-spring situation, so it's 2 a year potentially. So there are some things that I could see could be a little bit of adherence to divisions to want to use it. But I do think it's a valuable tool. We not only put the reports out there and the videos, but they have access to that historically. So a parent who has had access to the portal for the last 3 years, they have a historical perspective of all of their students' test history. So again, I think it's a valuable tool that if we could find a way to generate more, more usage, it could be a very good thing.
My
Ms.
next
Kilgore?
question, what can we do to get the word out, so to speak? I mean,
Yeah,
I know things are said and done, obviously. I know you've thought about this many times, and I'm just thinking out loud. You know, I'm old enough to remember when my children were taking SOLs in 3rd grade, and you waited, it was probably June or July before you knew the results, back in the dark ages. So we're not there anymore. So I would think there surely is some way, to make it more aware to more people than it is now. And I don't know what that is. You know?
sure. Well, I don't necessarily think it's an awareness issue as much as it is it's another thing to do
Well,
for
I mean
for some
awareness
folks.
of parents.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
parents. Yeah,
sure.
Not of the
Yeah.
school systems, right?
Other comments here? Okay, I think we're good. Maybe we want to look at, what is the flexibility of the board to put some parameters around release, score release information, that would help parents and families have a little quicker turnaround and be able to support their students better during the summer months. And then, let's try to figure out, is there a means by which, because I hate for the amount of work that's been put into this particular new report mechanism to not be fully utilized the way that it should be. So let's look at what our purview is there too, if we can. Thank you.
Thanks.
Superintendent Gullickson, I know you had some things that
Yes,
you'd like to
thank
add
you.
here.
All right. Well, we can definitely come back with the help of Mr. Ellis and his team on what are sort of the most effective and best practices that we know of to help inform the board and get back to you on the score release parameters next month. I also want to note that in addition to all of the great data points from just the last board meeting to now, the team also touched base with over 600 additional Virginians prior to our last board meeting to help inform and be thoughtful about, once we set these higher expectations for our students, what do you need? What does that look like? And so we're continuing those input sessions and are so appreciative of the active engagement, information, full sessions of feedback in chat, in written form, verbally, and our team is so grateful for that. We have heard requests from families that they have more would like to be able to participate. And so as you heard from our deputy superintendent, we're going to continue for those next 2 weeks to get more input from families, and have heard from our educators on, we are fully supportive of higher expectations and need some help on communicating this why to our parents and families and helping them bridge how we're going to help get every student there, which the team's underway. We also, I want to underscore the note on the PowerPoint about continue to host support sessions for principals. Some of our principals have already been deeply collaborative with their division leadership, looking and digging into their impact data, making adjustments, and others have requested a direct line of communication with the agency. And so whether some of that data is not being handed out or it's being handed out but not actually reaching those individual school leaders, we want to make sure that they've got a little bit more time, and we're happy to help get that to them directly. but those were some of the elements. And so, as you all know, we do have an additional board meeting in 2.5 weeks. And so we're going to keep the board up to date on the additional inputs for finalizing some of these next steps. And with that, I'll pass.
We are going to move item E to after our legal issues closed session. So, with that, I would ask Mr. Hanson if he would read us into our closed meeting so that we can receive legal advice.
I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: consultation with legal counsel employed by or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and that legal counsel to Virginia Board of Education and staff whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter participate in the closed meeting.
Okay, Dr. Ackerman. Or I need a second, sorry. I need a second.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore. Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, we are going into closed session. Thank you. We're back. So, Mr. Hanson, will you read our certification to return to open session, please?
We convened today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Okay.
Second.
I need a second.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will be taking a 20-minute lunch break, so we'll be back here 2:05, and we'll see you then. from lunch, and what we are going to do from here is we will be moving items E and F. E is our federal updates, S estate plan, Ed Flex, and then our discussion of the board's prescriptions on the standards of quality. Those will be moved to tomorrow's agenda. E and F will be moved to tomorrow's agenda. And we will conclude our day today with our licensure cases. So we will be back after our licensure cases are complete. So that being said, Mr. Hanson, will you read us into closed session for licensure cases?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: discussion or consideration by the Board of Education of information relating to denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses, subject to the exclusion in subdivision 11 of section 2.2-3705.2 pursuant to section 2.2-3711A40 of the Code of Virginia, and consultation with counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and the legal counsel to Virginia Board of Education staff whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter participate in the closed meeting.
Okay. Dr. Ackerman.
Second, and aye.
Thank you. Mr. Green. Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore. Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We are in closed session. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Northern, would you please read our motion to come out of closed session?
Yes. We convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, Section 22-3712 of the Code of Virginia, requires that the board certify to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that, in his or her judgment, has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore? Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Let's see.
It'll be all right. She'll figure it out.
In case 2025-36, the chair would like to entertain a motion to revoke the license of Ashley Mache Corvington.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore. Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. In case 2025-39, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license.
So move.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore. Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. In case 2025-37, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore. Mr. Monk.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. And that concludes our licensure items. And just as a reminder, at the beginning of the meeting, I had noted the remote participation of Ms. McPherson and just wanted to reiterate that for the record. And Superintendent Gullickson, before we adjourn for the day, do you need to make any remarks? Okay. All right. And with that, we are adjourned for the day.